the afternoon session of the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open. How many of you have noticed the new Co-op brand? Oh hell, they've spent millions for now, then. Hey? They've gone through a big thing, ladies and gentlemen, so it's all rebranded. And you like the new mats? I'm not giving you one. Hey. You've got a cracking afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and we've got a few ladies in the audience, and you'll be pleased to know that we have 2 lady qualifiers that have come through this year. So there we are, ladies. It can be done. So without further ado, let's bring your players on for the afternoon. First of all, it's a 5 times national singles champion, Atlantic Rim gold medalist, all the way from Israel, ladies and gentlemen, it is Ruti Gilor. And up against the lady, ladies and gentlemen. Well, it is Scotland's Commonwealth Games High Performance Coach, 2016 International Open Champion, world ranked at number 5. It is, of course, David Gourlay.
Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for joining us again this afternoon. Some great games on the lineup, and we're starting off with the International Open champion from back in March at Blackpool, David Gourlay, and he's playing one of the lady qualifiers. No stranger to World Bowls Tour events. Ruti Gilor has qualified a couple of times for these events.
Pass shot, please. 2 feet. Last ball. 2 feet past. Be ready.
Well, interesting opening end. David's left a little bit of room there. As we always say, these opening ends are always a little bit of a feeler, people just settling in.
2, David. You hold 2.
Another good ball in the area there from David. I think when the dust settles here, I think David's possibly holding 3 shots. Ruti taking her time.
Three shots, David Gourlay.
Yeah, good opener there for David Gourlay, 3 shots. David was telling me when he arrived here on Wednesday he hadn't had a bowl in his hand since the last bowl he delivered at the International Open, as he now resides in the beautiful city of Sitges, or little town. Went out there earlier on in the year. It's a lovely place. His partner Stephen's out there. I'm sure Stephen's watching in on the stream, so hello Stephen, and please give Storm a stroke for me. Storm's David's lovely little dog. The shout out's done for the game. Meanwhile David will just be looking to settle into this first game. As Richard mentioned in opening, Ruti's one of the ladies that's qualified for this event here. And the game after this is the other lady, Lisa Featherby from Australia, who's playing Mervyn King.
Gap is a foot.
Oh, great ball there from David. Ruti's down a good track, just needs to reach in the area here. The overseas players, as well as the home players, get every opportunity to have a practice out on the rink. They book sessions in a diary once the rink's actually been laid and is available for practice. You find certainly the overseas taking the opportunity to get as many practice sessions in as they can. Again, Rooty just looking to just touch your own bowl into the head. Just overplayed that. And just taking her time, placing the mats back. Probably aware that David Gourlay is a very quick player. He's got one of the slowest deliveries on the mat. Always has to be careful of the shot clock, but trying to slow the game down there just disturbs the rhythm a little bit. Our marker for this game, Dan Blewett, and as mentioned earlier, as soon as he comes running hot off the rink, he's going to join me in commentary for the next game up. So if you've got any questions you'd like to put to one of the match officials, Dan Blewett's quite happy to try and let you know about the laws of the game, interpret the rules as played under the WBT. David, of course, was well known as being the very, very successful coach of the Bowls Scotland team that went to the Commonwealth Games in Glasgow and came away with an array of medals, gold in their men's singles, pairs and fours. He then stood down from the roll, but stepped back into that role now, moving on to the next Commonwealth Games, which is out in Australia, the Gold Coast. But in the meantime, concentrating on his WBT games. Always tricky for the top 16 to face a qualifier in the first rounds, as they always have to do. Qualifiers have come through tough, grueling qualifying events to get here. Rooty, well known on the bowls circuit, played in a lot of top events.
4 red.
David holding 4 here. Might have saved. David just having a look at that. He's calling for a measure. An umpire, Mike Davis, is being called on to solid squad of officials here at the World Bowls Tour, and the 2 out on the rink today are 2 of the most well recognised faces on Bowls TV.
One shot, David Gourlay.
Another shot to David. That means he takes a 5-0 lead after 3 ends in this first set. We play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if necessary, a 3-end tie break. We've already seen one seed go out today, and we've already seen one tie break.
At length 26.5 metres.
What will happen in this game? Yes, as I mentioned before, Ruti's played in several of the World Bowls Tour events. She played back in the World Mixed Pairs back in 2010, in the Ladies World Match Play, and then she's also qualified for the Welsh International Open. She lists as playing with Taylor Ace bowls, fours heavy. And David Gourlay is definitely part of the Taylor camp. In fact, he's one of the pin-up boys currently in their brochure, and he's playing with Taylor Internationals.
Green.
Ruti's certainly staying in her own zone out there on the rink. You see her focusing on her bowl. Talking about bowlers' pre-match routines earlier on in the week with some of the players, and Ruti certainly doesn't like to be rushed, takes her time. Just checked the bias on her bowl there. She has sent one or two in practice into the side panels on the portable rink here. Great ball there from Ruti. Even David applauding that. Most of the top players appreciate if somebody plays a good bowl. They acknowledge that. Some would say that David's probably at his most vulnerable in the first rounds of events, as he doesn't play much bowls now. Only plays when he comes over to these events, make sure he gets plenty of practice. Made me smile the other day. He was telling a story that to endeavour to get a bit of practice for the World Bowls Tour events, he found a local green and went down there with his partner Stephen, just have a roll up. And kindly one of the gentlemen there said that if he'd like a bit of coaching, there was a coaching session on a Friday morning, so he got invited to that.
One shot, route to Gilor.
I wonder if that gentleman realised that he was talking to the David Gourlay. Anyway, that's good news for Ruti. She's on the scorecard now. Perhaps might see a change of length here.
5-1 after 4 ends.
She's won the
27 metres.
Israeli national singles title 5 times. Represents Israel at all the major events. Good ball there from David, good reply.
One red.
Certainly an element of calm out there on the rink.
Two red.
Well, Ruti might be tempted to reach into this now. And just played very tight line. She'll have to have a lot of weight for this to reach the head.
Your last bowl's 4 inches short of jack high.
David just looking to get into a rhythm here. This, of course, our third game. The Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2016. So we've got a lot of games to come this afternoon, and we're live with you for every bowl sent. Game after this is Mervyn King versus Lisa Featherby. And we've got one of the much anticipated games of these first rounds. We've got Jason Greenslade, last year's runner-up, versus the Co-op wildcard Cinato. World number 4 Robert Paxton faces the top class Englishman Tony Webb, and then we've got Alex Marshall MB, who's playing the Canadian qualifier Mark Sanford.
Three shots, David Gourlay.
Set score 8-1 after 5 ends. Got net 24.5 meters.
Well, David's got quite a comfortable lead here at the moment, 8-1. You see those wide swinging Taylor International bowls. Going back to the centre, we did have a question earlier on about, do players have to play with wide bowls? But the answer to that question is that wider bowls seem to suit this rink better than narrow running bowls. Most of the top players have their own set of red and green, because if you're top of the draw, like David is, he has to play with red bowls, and Rooty, who's bottom of the draw, has to play with green. So that'll change as players go through the tournament. They might have to swap backwards and forwards. So it often comes down to the person that's the most adaptable. The only player that would remain in red all the way is the number 1 seed, and that's the defending title holder, Greg Harlow. If he was to win a game this year, he'd play in red every game.
2 red.
Well, Rooty's still got a side bowl that she can rest on here.
Red.
Rooty looks down a good track here. I'm not sure whether that's just given up. David's having a good look at it. I think he's asked Dan Blewett to just double check.
1 shot, Rooty Gilor.
On to Rooty.
Set score 8-2 after 6 ends.
David Gourlay names his favourite rink as being the portable rink, which isn't a surprise. He's had so much success on it over the years. He's remained in the top 8 in the world since 2001, only dropped out 1 year back in 2010.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
For a lot of that time he was ranked number 1. Just slipped down a touch now. There's so many top players competing, but he's currently ranked 5.
Yes, Rooty.
David just getting clarification off Dan Blewett there as to where the jack actually was in relation to Rooty's bowl.
One red. It is Jack high.
Because of his long standing in the World Top 8 and the fact that he's been part of the World Bowls Tour since way back when, David was awarded the World Bowls Tour Lifetime Achievement Award back at the annual awards ceremony in 2015. Well, David's just looking to slot another bowl in here. Looking at that one intently. It looks a good track, it might just pull up. As I mentioned earlier today, the rink does change in pace throughout the day, and certainly throughout the week. It's a portable rink here. We lay at the World Bowls Tour event at the Dewars Centre in Perth. As it settles, just get a little bit slower, certainly in the direction that the players are playing now, because it's towards the ice rink. A great bowl there from Ruti.
Timeout. David has 4 timeouts remaining.
Well, the jack's gone on the respot. It looks like Ruti could still be on there. In fact, I think I just heard Dan Blewett say it could possibly still be 2. Yep.
2 shots, Ruti Gilor.
Well, David was certainly in the area with that
Set
runner.
score 8-4 after 7 ends.
But the score of 2 keeps Ruti in the first set. She sent this jack off.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Nope, just not. Taking the time, a slurp of water. There's no shot clock before the first bowl comes to rest. She's certainly choosing to make sure she takes the opportunity with every minute and every second that she has out there on the rink. Interesting to speak to David afterwards. Years of experience, I'm sure he'll be used to players slowing games down. Looks on a very good line here.
Yes.
Notice there that Dan was very quick with the reply to David's question. As we mentioned before, the match officials have got to be aware of the fact that the players have only got 30 seconds. They'll have their answers
1 red.
ready as far as is possible. Well, 1 shot to red means David's in control here at the moment. just looks to be pulling up a touch short. He'll be happy with one at this end, but it's a bit of a loose end from David here.
Timeout called. Ruti has 4 timeouts remaining. One green. One shot, Ruti Gilor.
Set score 8-5 after 8 ends.
Finish the first.
Last end.
We're going to the final end of this first set.
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Well, decent opener from Ruti there, but she's got to score a 3 here. And that's no mean feat against the quality of world number 5, David Gourlay. I think Ruti thinks she's overplayed this one.
One green.
I'm getting a few comments through from people, thank you very much, about the new shirts. A lot of positive feedback on that. The co-op had a rebranding, so they have a new logo. So therefore we've got new shirts, and it's good to know that you're all happy with them out there. Ruti just overplayed that again, but it does give her opportunities with her last bowl. I'm sure David will be wanting to just get a ball just behind. I think he was just double checking the score there. Just wanting to make sure he's behind the head. At the moment, Ruti has got a trail on for 3. David will want to stop that at the pass, so to speak. Ruti's played this on a drawing line. He's got to swoop back a long way.
One shot, Gilor. First set, David Gourlay.
The first set in this 3rd game here at the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2016. It's gone to world number 5, David Gourlay. That's the joy of sets games. Everything starts afresh here. Ruti Gilor just gone to a reasonable game in the last few ends of that set. She can possibly keep that going in this set, put a bit of pressure on David. Could we see our 2nd tie break of the event?
Jack, that's 27.5 metres.
Well, David will be wanting to make an adjustment on his last bowl. He's just run through though.
2 green.
Ruti's still holding 2 shots. New set. Anything can happen.
Three green. 3.
David just trying the draw there. Underlined it, so he's still 3 down.
Four green.
Line 4. World number 5, David Gourlay, under a bit of pressure here. Now, we all know that David's famous for his forehand runner. If he doesn't back
Time out.
himself to draw this,
David has 3 timeouts.
there is the opportunity for the forehand runner. That's what he's looking at. Even if he just removes 1 or 2 of Ruti's bowls, it cuts the count down. Down the left hand side of your screen there, if you can make contact with Ruti's front bowl, any movement on the jacks coming through to his back bowls, he's certainly selecting the forehand. Favourite shot in the area for something. Oh, just over the line there.
Four shots, Ruti Gilor.
Gilor takes 4 shots at the opening end of the second set. Are we going to be in for our second tie break?
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Well, a little bit of a loose opener by Ruti. There's allowed David a bit of space, but not settled into this game. As I say, most people would say a player that doesn't play that often is always going to be vulnerable in the first round. Somebody of David's calibre, once he gets into the meat of an event, gets through a couple of rounds. He lost in the first round here last year to an informed Jamie Chesney, who then managed to successfully pick up enough points throughout the season to actually get himself into the top 16. He's now one of our new top 16. Jamie Chesney. David then lost in the semi-final of the World Championships to Nick Brett, now world number 1, and then proceeded to go on to the third tournament at Blackpool Newton Hall,
2 red.
where he won the International Open. Holding 2. Be 3 after this bowl.
3 red.
Good to hear so many people watching us out there. I hope you're enjoying the live and full HD streaming we have. Here's Ruti playing a runner. She's in the area as well. I'll tell you what, she's cleared every ball apart from one of David's out the head. That was a great result. David again acknowledging that. Just wait now until Dan Blewett's cleared the
1 red.
dead bowls away.
1.
Here we see it again. Perfect
Yes.
contact on the front bowl. Was really sort of unlucky not to take all 3 of David's bowls out, but one of them just locked in. Open draw here for David now.
Two shots, David Gourlay.
David picked up a 2 and then promptly
2-4 after
picked
2
up the
ends.
mat and brought it to virtually the minimum mark he can do.
Jack length 23 metres.
Well, it's quite interesting. It's turning into a similar game to the game prior to this. Be interesting to talk to David after this game, whether the pace of the rink has changed significantly after lunch.
On green. On red.
Don't forget, if you can't stay with us this afternoon, you'll pick up the results and news on worldbowlstour.tv. But if you've got any questions for us, bob them to us on our Twitter, which is World Bowls Tour 1, or on the chat on the streaming. We've got Dan Blewett in with us for the next game. Any questions you want to put to one of the match officials, Dan's your man. And then after that we've got one of the Australian qualifiers, Jamie Smith's coming into commentary. So if you want me to put a player question to Jamie, please let us know.
Two red. Two shots, David Gourlay.
Well, that brings David back level again.
Set score 4-4 after 3 ends.
4-4 after 3 ends. David failing to set
Jack, there's 28.5 metres.
a mark there. So Ruti gets to choose the length of Jack she wants to play. Again, going back to just studying her bowl, concentrating on keeping in focus. Ruti's put this bowl on a very wide line. If it's a decent weight, it'll make it all the way back.
It's close, David. Measure for shot. Measure all round 3 bowls.
Great ball there from Ruti. Just managed to rest on David's possible shot bowl.
One green, measure for second. One shot, Ruti Gilor.
One shot to Ruti means she's 5-4 up now after 4
Set
ends
score 4-5 after 4 ends.
in this second set. She lost the first set. 8-6.
Jack length 27.5 metres.
Slight favour for Ruti's first bowl. To measure, I do have slight favour for your first bowl, Ruti, but it is very close.
Ruti's certainly hanging in with this set. Played some good bowls. Still room for David. Choosing his usual favoured forehand runner. Played it with a lot more weight this time. Yeah, great result. Again, we get a view from our new ditch cam. There you go, the marker down blue, it's just marking the position of the bowl and jack in the ditch so that the players at the other end can see markers. Great bowl to draw to the ditch edge there again. Pressure back on the wheel number 5. Just pulled up short. I think that's one to Ruti there at the moment.
One shot, Ruti Gilor.
That gives her a 6-4 lead after 5 ends in this second set.
Set score 4-6 after 5 ends.
And could we be going into the second tiebreak of the day? Could we see the second seed go out?
Jack length 28.5 metres.
Certainly been favouring the longer length of Jack. better bowl here from David. Both of these players are probably two of the players that have put the most time in on the carpet so far. Or two players that only play on Monday, still yet to arrive.
5 inches. Two red. One red. Yes, your first bowl. Your second bowl's fallen over, David. No change. Two red. Two.
Well, again, Ruti probably chose the right sort of shot there, try and be into something, split something up. She's got a lead in this set at the moment. It's such a small target, was just off the line.
Two red, measure for third.
Now Mike Davis being called on to decide if this is 2 or 3 shots. 2 conceded. David's already taken the mat up the green to the shortest possible distance he can. Let's see if he can get this jack on this time, David.
Set score 6-6 after 6 ends.
Managed to tie the set up at a crucial time. 3 ends to play, 6 all. David Gourlay won the first set 8-6. So he only needs to tie this set. If Ruti wins it, we go into our second tie break. These are the times in sets where all the experience of these top players seem to come to the fore. Better opener there from David. Good track from Rooty here. Looks very good. If it just reaches up a touch further. All the pressure back on David. David's coming to have a look. Plenty of time. Still got a few timeouts available to him.
Cinato.
There you
David
go.
has 2 timeouts playing.
One called, still 2 remaining. They do get an extra timeout if it goes into the tie break. Otherwise they've got 5 that they can take at any point they want to between the first 2 sets.
One green.
Well, one green, but David has now put himself a back positional bowl in. He won't want to be too heavy at this, but can afford to just reach his own bowls. You can tell by David's body language he's not totally happy with that end. He'd chosen to shorten the jack down. And Rooty is currently holding shot.
One shot, Rooty Gilor.
Rooty takes the lead again, 7-6 after 7 ends, 2 ends left to play. Next end really is crucial.
Set score 6-7 after 7 ends.
If Rooty can score again at this end, that's a lot of pressure on David. David just busy checking the score there. We have scoreboards for the players at either end of the rink. It's also for the spectators, so they can keep a track on what the score is.
Jack led 26.5 metres.
Well, a good lead here, Rooty would put a lot of pressure on David. Doesn't look bad to me. Great reply though from David Gourlay there. Root is just quite reaching here. Right idea, just wanted to reach up
On
to
yours, 2 inches.
David's bowl, but gives David the opportunity now to draw another one in. All on the pace of this one. Well, that's pulled up short
One
as
red.
well. He's urging it on. Closer here, Rooty. Well, could have played that better.
1 green.
Again, David forced to have a look at this. He's got nothing behind the head, but if he can just get to Rooty's bowl, the green bowl, sit it out, go back to holding 2. Yeah, playing it down the forehand, just rest that last bowl of Rooty's. Effort. Saves for his next bowl. Oh, Rooty, you're going to do yourself some damage here.
One red.
And so from the angle up in the commentary box it looked like 1 red, and down blue it just confirmed that. This stage of the game, we all make these silly mistakes sometimes, but
Time out.
see from her body language she's not happy. David's got the opportunity of drawing to the last bowl of Rooty's there.
One shot, David Gourlay. David has 1 timeout remaining.
Well, we're going into the last end of the second set, and it's all
Set
square.
score 7-7 after 8 ends.
And this is kind of like a tie-break end to go into a tie-break. If David wins it, he wins the game, but if Rooty wins it, we go into a tie-break.
Track length 26 metres.
if ever you needed a couple of decent bowls. There's still room for the draw there. Now, Ruti, you just need to keep you calm about you. Certainly taken all David Gourlay's experience to keep himself alive in this second set. First set he always looked in control. I think having had a look at the head, I won't think David will want to create a target. Again, considering playing it like a tie-break end. He'll just want to make sure he keeps away from the very, very good position he has at the moment.
Time out call. Ruti has 3 timeouts remaining.
Ruti going to have a look at the angles. She called a timeout very early then. Only 1 second had gone off the clock or 2. Down to 7 seconds. She doesn't call another timeout. She's likely to lose this bowl. Yep, bowl lost. Dan Blewett will walk up now and take that bowl off the rink. Now that was another foolish mistake. She had time to take out another timeout there. She called timeout when there was only 28 seconds gone on the clock anyway. But then most players have got an idea when they get to the mat how many seconds they need to deliver a bowl. Interestingly enough, David Gourlay's actually one of the slowest to deliver a bowl on the once he gets onto the mat. But in general he's quite a quick player. Well, Ruti, this bowl to stay in the tournament. If not, will number 5, David Gourlay, goes through. Played a runner. I fear that might be Ruti out of the event. She gave a good fight against David there. Experience of David Gourlay showed though. David goes through to the last 16.
Second set of the match, David Gourlay.
Thank you so much for your company. Join us after the break for Mervyn King versus Lisa Featherby. I'm joined then by Dan Blewett. So any questions, please bob them to us. We have a couple for you.
Well, one
already.
more time, ladies and gentlemen.
Thanks for your company.
To both players, fabulous game. Your next 2 players will be on just to do their trial ends. Some really good bowls there. And it's good to see the ladies reaching the last 32, isn't it? Well, sound a bit more enthusiastic, ladies and gentlemen. That's better. Oh, dear. Dear, oh, dear. Dear. Oh, you're here then? Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring you on to your next match in the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open here at the Dewar Centre in Bonnie, Scotland. Well, ladies and gentlemen, this lady is a Champion of Champions title holder. She's a former national champion, and she's all the way from Australia, so let's give her a warm welcome. It is Lisa Featherby. And up against Lisa, ladies and gentlemen, former Scottish International Open champion, world ranked at number 10. It's England's Mervyn King. Their trial ends, and I'll hand you over to commentary with Janice Gower.
Thanks very much, Richard, and looking forward to this game this afternoon. Again, another lady qualifier. This lady's qualified from Australia. Apparently I have an apology to put out to her friends in Australia that earlier on today, when I mentioned she was sat in the crowd, apparently I said she was
26.5
from New Zealand. She came up to commentary and smilingly said, "I don't have anything to do with sheep." So great sense of humour. I've got to know her over the last couple of days. Lisa Featherby, and she's playing the one and only Mervyn King. We're into the fourth game here of the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2016. Kindly sponsored by Co-op Funeral Care and hosted by the Dewar Centre at Perth.
One red.
As I mentioned earlier, one of the match officials, Dan Blewett, and will be joining me as soon as he's got himself organised, having marked the last game. So any questions you'd like to put to him, please do. But we did have a question in the last game that I've now got the answer for. Somebody apparently had asked about the shirts for the World Championships. And yes, just to confirm, I had it hot off the press of the CEO of the World Bowls Tour, Richard Maddison, that there are new shirts going to be at Potters for the Just Retirement World Championships. As Just Retirement, like the Co-op, have changed their branding, so we've got new shirts there as well. And we've had so many comments about the shirts that are out there this week. They are new shirts and they will be available for people to purchase after this event. If you're interested, just contact the World Bowls Tour. There is a contact on worldbowlstour.tv.
2 red.
Mervin's currently ranked at 10. He's dropped down the rankings over the last 2 or 3 years. He actually lost here first round last year, so he'll be wanting to make sure he doesn't do the same again here. We've had 1 seed go out already, the world number 13 John Ross. He lost to Wayne Wilgress. Darren Burnett managed to scrape through on a tie break against Steve Halmite. And you've just witnessed David Gourlay
2
getting
shots
through against Ruti Gilor. And now we're seeing Irving King face Lisa Featherby.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Lisa won the Australian Champion of Champions title in 2016. She's had many awards over the years. She's from the Mossman Park Club in Perth, so she's come straight from Perth to Perth. But what did make me smile about her player profile is her favourite food is roast beef and Yorkshire pudding. She's come to the right place for that. This country is good at roast beef and Yorkshire pudding.
One green.
Irvin, meanwhile, is from the Gallo Club. He's an estate manager down in Norfolk there. Won many titles over the years, Mervyn, known as Mr. Steady.
One green. Two shots, Lisa Featherby.
Set score 2-2 after 2 ends.
Another great end there from Lisa. She manages to tie the set up after 2 ends. It's 2-all. Not a surprise for everybody out there. I'm delighted to be joined in the commentary box by Jamie Chesney. Jamie, welcome to commentary. It's always a pleasure to have one of the players in here. We get various different questions off some of the viewers, so I might be throwing 1 or 2 of those at you at some point in time, Jamie, if that's all right.
Yeah, no problem at all. Thought I'd come in and see how my mate Merv's getting on.
Yeah, well, Mervyn seems to be going through the joys of facing the ladies at the moment. I was saying this to him the other day that he's got Lisa Featherby in the last 32 here, and he's got somebody called Janice Gower in the last 32 at the Worlds.
Yeah, he's Ruti in the last game played very well against David, so that second set could have easily gone either way. So yeah, haven't personally seen Lisa play before, but she's been rolling up fairly well. So yeah, it could be a good game.
Yeah, she's not been over to one of these events before, but she's won a lot of titles over in Australia, so very consistent. Thoroughly enjoying her time over here. But saying before, it's always hard to come across one of the top 16 in the first round. As you mentioned before, the game before, Jamie, was David Gourlay, and you were actually the player that took him out here last year. So now you're in the top 16 and you're the one that's having to face the qualifier. Yeah,
there's certainly going to be a different pressure this year, being in the top 16. But it's something that we all want. You all want to be in the top 16. You'd rather have that pressure of keeping in there than trying to get in there. It's a long old road to get in, so you want to make the most of it once you get in there. But no, I'm looking forward to it. I'm going to have a tough game against David tomorrow morning, so we'll early night tonight and see how we get on.
Yeah, Jamie faces David Corkill, BBC commentator and World Bowls Tour director in the morning. I believe he's only flying in tonight, so an interesting game first thing in the morning. Again, just seeming to be that the players out there at the moment, whether the pace has changed since practice, seem to be 2-foot bowls and just struggling to pick up the pace. We did have a viewer's question earlier, Jamie, that as you have an expert with me, I'll ask the question your way. Somebody said, are the players forced to play with wide running bowls, and why are they playing with wide running bowls?
Yeah, I mean, no one's forced to play with anything apart from the colour. That's the only stipulation. The reason you'll find the majority of players will all play with a wider drawing bowl. It just gives you a few more options on the carpet, really. I'd say there's on some of the backhands especially, there'd be a line that you could pick up that's slightly tighter but slightly heavier, which you probably see Merv's first 2 bowls were sort of down that line, whereas if you throw it out on a bit of a wider line, you've still got the option of coming back from there with a wider drawing bowl. So really on this carpet, you hear people talk about it time and time again, it's very hard to play the in-between running shot. So you just need to pick a bowl that's the easiest to draw with, and then when you play a runner, play it probably a bit more aggressively than what you would at home. So.
Yeah, well, thanks for that. It's interesting sometimes. Obviously, the viewers at home aren't always aware that it's a portable rink that we put down, so it's not a rink like you'd have in your clubs. So a lot of the players do find that a wider drawing bowl is the better bowl for the surface. Mervyn's looking all on course here for a 4.
Yeah, I think he's actually got the shot bowl of his last. Slightly loose end from Lisa's let him in.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed in that. She was just hoping to, spoke to her before she went on, she was hoping to hold the game as tight as she could. qualifiers in Australia as grueling as the qualifiers in the UK. She was saying to me earlier that in her run through she only faced one lady and the rest were all men. I think she played 6 games to qualify to be here. So Australia's
4 shots, Mervyn King.
such a strong country.
Set score.
She's done well to come through the
6-2
qualifiers,
after
as
3
has any
games.
qualifier really. Well, that gives Mervyn a little bit more of a cushion. 6-2 after 3 ends.
Yeah, good start for Mervyn. He'll be happy with that. Still 5 ends to go in this set, so
26.5 meters.
we've seen from the last match, the set's never over till it's over. 4 shots can be clawed back. Merv will look to, if he could score over the next couple of ends, then be tough to come back from there.
Yeah, we saw the experience of David Gourlay in the last game that really dragged him through that second set against the Israeli qualifier Ruti Gilor. Don't forget we are live here, full HD, full commentary, every ball played. And also we do say to you, if you do have any questions, I've got Jamie Chesney with me, well known for being in the top 16 now, the latest recruit to the top 16, managed to get himself in there through playing really well last season.
Yeah.
Two red. Three red.
Yeah, again, Merv's holding 3 here, Jamie, but there's not anything terribly close.
No, there's not. The draw on both hands looks tough though. Again, we're just talking about the shots that you'd play maybe on your sort of normal carpet at home. You'd play down the backhand here and just try to sort of lift your own or turn something, but if you play anything over pace, you'll just hold past. I'm not sure Lisa's reached with this bowl. She'll be a bit disappointed with that.
The outside ball is 2 feet down.
I mean, there is probably a draw still around on the forehand. Again, a very, very small margin for error around there. So, yeah, tough head to bowl to.
Yeah, they often say about those opening 2 bowls, if you happen to just be 2 foot short and in the way, you can cause yourself all sorts of problems later on in an end.
Yeah, I think Merv putting a bowl there probably makes your mind up now. Play something quick, straight down the backhand.
It certainly looks like she's gearing up for that.
Chance of getting one of Merv's front bowls into it. You could get the jack for 2.
Timeout call. Lisa has 4 timeouts remaining.
Certainly the percentages is playing quick down the backhand under her own bowl now.
Well, the Australians are known for playing big weighty bowls, so I certainly know the Australian lady that I've had dealings with over the years, Karen Murphy. She can certainly drive, so let's see if Lisa Featherby can. She's given herself the opportunity of taking time. She's taken a time out. She doesn't have to rush this. Well, might even get her own wing bowl.
Ooh. sure. Not sure. It looks like a measure all round now.
It certainly does. Our commentary position is similar to the sort of view you're getting on your screen at home. Mervyn's short bowl might just be shot from this angle, but it is really hard to tell.
I think the way Mervyn's looking at the head, he fancies he's scoring. Yeah, they're taking 2 out.
I think so. Yeah. 3 shots, Mervyn King.
Certainly the right shot to play. If her bowl obviously got a fairly fortunate result getting the bowl in there, but if it hadn't have rolled over one more time, she probably would have had one herself there. So certainly the right shot to play. You reach ahead, you never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, she seemed to, when I was chatting to her, she plays a lot of bowls.
Jack length 23.5 metres.
Very competitive country, Australia. Had a viewer's question through, Jamie. Sort of puts you on the spot, some of these questions. Talking about timeouts, and when you take the 60-second timeout, is that added to your 30 seconds, or does it go from the point where you call your timeout?
Yeah, so the additional 60 seconds will start once you call the timeout. So any of the time you have remaining from your original 30 seconds, you lose basically. So
14 inches short.
It's a balance between, do you want to be spending your time thinking about and concentrating on what shot you're going to play. You don't want to be standing watching the clock count down and thinking I don't want to waste the time that I've got. So different players use it differently. Some people will, if they're going to call a timeout, they just call it straight away and then get on with it from there. Others, myself, I will try and keep an eye on the clock and wait until around probably 5-6 seconds, something like that. The only time I wouldn't is if I'm fairly certain the shot I'm going to play and I'm going back to the mat and I know 60 seconds is going to be plenty of time. I will call it a bit earlier then, just so you don't have to worry about it at all in your sort of approach to the mat and everything that you sort of you do before you deliver the bowl. So yeah, it's 60 seconds from when you call it, so it is another thing to be thinking about when you're playing and calling the timeouts.
Yeah, it's quite good with the YouTube stream. We get the chance for you to put your questions. Sometimes people sit at home and say, I wonder why. Well, now's your opportunity to ask. Certainly we've had a couple of incidents with the shot clock today, which is, I think, Jamie, where that question's probably come from. You get 5 timeouts to take at any point in time they want in the first 2 sets. If it goes to a tie break, you get an extra timeout.
2 green.
But you can actually take all 5 timeouts at once, Jamie, can't you? One after another, if you wanted to.
Yeah. You could take all 5 timeouts for one bowl if you wanted to. You could take 5.5 minutes for one shot. I think the most I've only ever seen people take is 2, but certainly in a tie break, once you have some players who in general take very few timeouts throughout the match. They could have 3 or 4 left by the time they get to the tie break. They've got an important last bowl. It gives them a couple of minutes thinking time for that. So
after 5 ends.
Well, Lisa's certainly just had a very decent end there. Score's now 9-5 to Mervyn King after 5 ends of this first set. I do thank you at home for your questions. We've had viewers out in Slovenia and Mexico, Hong Kong, Perth, Australia.
Jack length 28 metres.
So it's always good to have these questions come through. Well, it's quite a crucial end this really. Mervyn's got a wry smile on his face there. Nose is pulling up short.
One red.
Don't forget, stay with us for the rest of the day. We've still got 3 more cracking games coming up after this. Jason Greenslade, last year's runner-up here, faces wild card Connor Cinato. Robert Paxton faces Tony Webb. And Alex Marshall MBE plays the Canadian qualifier Mark Sanford. It's not a name I've come across before, Jamie. I don't know whether you've come across Mark Sanford before.
No, I haven't played Mark before. Spent a sort of bit of time talking to him here. He's been here for the last couple of days, so he's had a few practices on the green when it's been available. So yeah, he's looking forward to it. Obviously, don't get much tougher than playing Alex in the first round, but
Known as the Messi of Scottish bowls, hasn't he? So yeah, no, it'll be a tough game, but they're all tough games. The top 16 are not the top 16 in the world for no apparent reason. They've had to fight their way through events. Lisa again just seeming to struggle in this direction. Saying earlier, I've not been on the rink this year, Jamie, yet, but they were saying that there's a different pace in either direction, which tends to, in the past we've found, been down to the ice rink being at the other end. Is it playing similar this year, or is it a similar pace?
I've only had about half an hour on the green myself, so I haven't been aware of a difference in pace. Certainly not when I had a roll up. What we have found, rolling up quite a few of us, is it's not particularly fast, but it is turning more than normal. Again, people will still use a tighter bowl will still be more difficult to use than a swingier bowl, but you're certainly, as you'll see, like with Merv's bowls on the forehand there, he's only just going underneath the head, but it's always given you a chance of getting back to the jack, whereas in previous years you might sort of just have been holding off. But Merv's certainly playing with a wide drawing bowl, so he won't have any problems getting back. But no, the pace seems fairly consistent. Can change throughout the day depending on the temperature and the amount of people in here. So.
Well, Lisa's sort of got herself in a bit of trouble here again. 3 down. Just picked up a 3, which got her back in the game. Doesn't really want to drop a 3 or a 4, and looks like Mervyn's piling on the pressure here. Great bowl.
Yeah, good bowl. Made it. Certainly 3, I think. Yeah, I think the green bowl's 4th.
3 shots, Mervyn King.
Quite a high scoring first set
Score
this.
12-5 after 6 ends.
Another good view of these new shirts. We've had some great comments off you folks at home about them. Will be on sale after this event here.
Jack length 23 metres.
Great opportunity for a Christmas present. My gosh, I'm sounding like a salesperson.
I won't tell you the size that Merv's gone for. He might not appreciate it too much from me.
You've got to feel comfortable in these shirts, Jamie.
I couldn't come on here and at least not give him a little bit of abuse about something.
Of course. For those who don't know, Jamie used to play with Merv in various different events, didn't you, Jamie, when you lived over that neck of the woods, Norfolk?
Yeah, would have started playing with Merv when I was probably around sort of 16, 17. So we played national competitions together, pairs, triples, fours for probably 6, 7 years, something like that, back in Fakenham. But yeah, the sport that we play is one that's such a good social sport as well. It didn't used to just sort of play bowls together. It used to be Saturday afternoons for the club, and then we'd all tended to end up round Merv's house actually having a few drinks and a takeaway most weekends. And it is the social side of our sport. It's
Yes, it is touching.
That was an unfortunate gap there, really, that Lisa got.
yeah, she certainly had to reach ahead. She's got to score this end to keep the set alive. So she had to give herself a chance. She's got some position at the back now. So.
Yeah, Merv's
3 red.
put a counter in, and it's just round the back as well, so good position. Lisa's still got 2 bowls to change things here, but really needs to be changing something with this one. Jamie doesn't want to leave it to a last.
Yeah, I mean even one shot would leave us 6 down with 2 to go, which is against Merv. He's going to be putting bowls in the area, so very unlikely. So she probably really needs to score at least a 2 or 3 this end to give herself a chance. She played a good inside road there. Just wanted another couple of feet of pace to give herself a chance.
2 red.
Spoken about this in the past. It's a lonely place out there, especially when they get to further on into the week, when there's not a seat to be had. I know certainly Friday and Saturday I think are fairly well sold out, Jamie, and it becomes a bit of a coliseum, and you're there under the crowd spotlight as well as everybody else on the YouTube and TV screens.
Yeah, it can affect people differently.
No,
I
just
think
2.
the majority would probably say once they're out there playing, you don't really notice if there's 10 or 10,000. To be honest, it's once you get into a sort of rhythm and zone when you're playing.
We're seeing a Featherby drive here. It's in the area.
It's a good strike. Just left one of Merv's bowls in there.
One shot, Mervyn King.
13-5 now, 2 ends to play. Yeah, she gave herself a chance with that last bowl, but like I say, Mervyn's using all his experience, making sure he's staying several bowls in the head. Lisa's getting the target, but only getting 1 bowl or 2 bowls out the head.
Yeah, just a couple of slightly loose ends is the only major difference. Merv's had a couple of big scores.
Jack length 24.5 metres.
Hence, you'd think this set's pretty much wrapped up.
Yeah, well, all the games so far have really gone to the wire. This is the first one where one of the seeds has been leading by quite a distance.
Yeah, we were up this morning watching another Norfolk boy, Wayne. He played very well this morning. Good win.
Yes, he did play well. He seemed to enjoy himself out there as well, and it was nice to see him. He was punching the air and creating a bit of atmosphere. Got quite a bit of support as well, Wayne.
3 feet.
Yeah, his first time, playing on the World Bowls Tour. I think he was a little bit nervous. Then once he got that first set under his belt, he sort of second set, you started to see his true character, shall we say.
Yeah, well, I was mentioning to the viewers earlier about Wayne that what you don't see when you only see the people on TV is how many times people get to finals of qualifiers and just miss out, and Wayne's one of those, and he thoroughly deserved his win at Lincoln against Philip last in the final to get through to you, and now he's got another win under his belt here, the world number 13 Jonathan Ross.
Yeah, and it all starts to build points, so whatever happens here, he's got at least 10 points to take forward. Don't think he's in any other events this year, but I mean, he'll start off with points next year, so if he can qualify an event or a tour card or one of those, he can start to build on that. So
another good ball here from Mervyn.
2 round. Just under 3 feet. One red.
Yeah, short again there. But, I mean, the joy of the sets games, though, Jamie, is that Lisa can just sort of calm herself now. She's got a set under her belt. Okay, she's lost it, but the next set's a new set. And as we saw with Ruti Gilor against David Gourlay, it's possible to turn the game round by winning the second set.
Exactly. She can start afresh. Can quite often see done it a lot of times myself. Player who's even won the first set, you just switch off for an end at the start of the second set, and you drop a count, and you think all the sort of hard work starts again. So yeah, this set's wrapped up, but take a couple of seconds before the start of the second and go again.
Well, she's played that on a wide drawing line. Not happy that it's not come back.
Lisa has 3 timeouts remaining.
Jack length 23 metres.
No, starting with the jack in the second set, and he's gone as short as you can go. Mat right up.
Yeah, David Gourlay did the same in his game, and Stephen Helmay did in the game against Darren Burnett. And that was the set that Darren lost when Stephen got his line and length on the shorter jack. It's all about finding what suits you, though, isn't it, Jamie, really?
It is, yeah. This can be the length where, say, a tighter running bowl can get found out. It can be very difficult to get to the middle. Like I said, Merv playing the wide drawing set of bowls, he won't have any problem getting back. I'm not sure what Lisa's using. They look a slightly narrower bias than what Merv's are, but
yeah, well, she does actually play with Taylor Ace as a rule at home. I know she went out there with a set of size 3 Taylor Aces to practice the first day. I've not heard any difference since, so that would be my call on it, Jamie, I think. I know a few of the Taylor players have gone to the internationals because they prefer them, they swing that a little bit more. I mentioned earlier we do have a pool of bowls, so the overseas players do get the opportunity to try different sets of bowls.
And there's a big choice, and there isn't a perfect bowl for the rink. I mean, ideally you'd have a wider drawing bowl for the very short lengths like this, and then you could play with something slightly narrower on the full length jacks. So you really pick something that suits your game. Obviously, the people that notice probably more with a lot of the top 16 players who they've watched a lot. Some will definitely have preferences on the length that they play. Very close here. Get both. Oh,
she was very unfortunate there.
Really good strike. Yeah, that's a very bad result she's got there. You'd have expected the jack to at least go through the back or off the rink, but Merv's bowls followed through.
Yeah, she'll be disappointed with that because she was really in the area with it. So.
Oh, it was a perfect strike.
Red.
Well, still the draw available there.
Yeah, she's gone from a drive back to a draw on a minimum length jack. It's gonna be a tough draw. Just got outside the line, played perfect weight.
2 shots, Mervyn King.
Yeah, like you say, she played some good bowls at that end and was just unfortunate, really.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Dulcet tones of our new match official, Dan McManus.
Yeah, Merv mixing up the length of jack a bit, and absolutely perfect start. It's stretched it slightly, might just be finding a better line in different directions on different lengths, or he could just be mixing things up.
Sometimes if a player finds the length, you try and shake it up a bit, but also if you feel like you're in control out there, you can change the length just to, again, not let your opponent settle at all.
Yeah, what you find is a lot of the players will tend to have to find it during the match, but you'll find a length that particularly suits your delivery, your bowls on a hand. And you see Mervyn's played 2 perfect lines there of his first 2. Lisa will be looking to add 4 feet from her first. It's down a good road again. Very good effort.
Great bowl.
Mervyn's going to switch, try and follow that down.
Well, there's a possibility of just resting off the side bowl and touching the jack to his own bowl.
Yeah, he's played a good bowl here. Anything but the gap, yeah, he's played it well.
2 red.
Probably force Lisa
Just
to
over the inch.
swap her hand back to the backhand now. Nothing on but a draw.
And moving certainly at his most dangerous when he's just drawing to a jack. And Lisa's close again.
Yeah, just not quite got back. That's
1 red.
probably just the difference
It's,
in the bowls
just
there,
over the
I
inch
would have
past
thought.
jack
But
high.
I played a good bowl again. Got second.
Looks down a good track again here. What's his weight like?
Yeah, not a great deal on. I think Lisa will just draw down the backhand again. Try and, if she beats her own bowl, she'll be close to scoring.
Smiling because I just noticed on her player profile that one of her hobbies is jogging. She's doing a bit of jogging there to keep up with the shot clock up and down the rink. Oh, she didn't like that. Not happy with that one at all.
Wasn't far away.
1 shot, Mervyn King.
Played 3 good bowls in the area there.
Set score 3-0 after 2 ends. Jack length 23 meters.
Well, again, as you mentioned before, Jamie, he's brought the mat up to play it shorter, going in this direction.
Yep, I think he's definitely found a length in both directions that suits him today. He's playing on the same side of the rink, forehand in this direction and backhand back. Good start again.
Now, don't forget, if you can't stay with us, you'll be able to pick up all the results off worldbowlstour.tv, which is our website. If you can stay with us, we've got some really cracking games coming up. Keep mentioning in commentary, Jamie, that we're looking for some fireworks today because it's bonfire night.
2 red.
No comment to that, John.
No, I was given several words that I had to
So
try and
6
fit
inches
into
past that
commentary
line.
today, Jamie. They do give me these challenges, you know.
Yeah, I've been given the trying to figure out how to get the under stacker in for Chris
Oh,
at
right.
home. I'm not quite sure how we're meant to do that in a bowls term, obviously.
Well, Lisa Featherby asked me to mention sheep earlier, so I mean I managed to get that in early on though.
Very close, just up. Yep.
Oh, great bolt.
On green.
They've switched, playing a bit of pace. I'm not quite sure he'll hold.
Might just be under, yeah, just under the line.
There's always a lot of talk in commentary in games about how that is the hardest shot on the carpet, and it is extremely difficult. But in this situation where you're only 1 down in the head, you don't want to be destroying heads playing too much weight. I mean, it's a perfectly valid shot to try and play. I think when you're
Yeah, 3
2,
inches.
3, 4 down, you certainly wouldn't try to play it. But at this stage, when you're only 1 down in the head and you can get a perfect result, I mean, it's very difficult, but it is possible.
Looks down a good track here. Oh, that just held off.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, it did just hold off.
Let's say it is difficult. But Merv's only 1 down, and it's not easy to add another into that head either. But if he'd have played that shot more aggressively, he could have given Lisa another shot or 2, or given her a lot more room to add a second. It was either a reaching bowl or just trying to draw it there. So
Yeah, 3-0 up, and you've already got a set in the bag. You're not particularly panicking. You're just trying to keep the game tight and make sure you don't drop a 2 or a 3. She's on a good track here, if it's a right weight.
very close.
I'll tell you
Very
what.
good bowl again to
Great
add
bowl.
another in there. Certainly wasn't an easy one to add.
2
Gets her
shots.
well into this set.
Set score
I'll certainly have settled her down now.
after 3 ends.
Now, choice of length here could be interesting. I'm going to go back to full length again.
Giant length, 28.5 metres.
Yeah, it's as good as a full length jack. Good lead required. Well, this is down a good line if it's a good weight. Certainly not a bad opener.
No, not far short.
Yeah, 16 inches short of jack line.
There you go, that's the exact 16 inches.
Good reply here from Merv if he gets around it. Not quite.
Certainly chosen to stick to this hand, which is the hand that's closest to the commentary box.
One green. The gap on the shot hole is 5 inches. Yours is 16. One red.
Great drawing shot from Merv in there.
The questions we've just had in from one of the viewers, Jamie. What do you think your chances are of getting back into the Commonwealth Games now you're back playing so strongly and back on the scene again? I know you did take a little bit of time out of bowls, didn't you?
Yeah, had a year off from indoors and outdoors. Good strike again. Good
Excellent
strike again. I think she may have been unfortunate again with the result.
There's a
Gone off the rink, go back on the respot.
great
She's got the
shot from
shot.
ditch can there.
Merv's got a couple of bowls left. Yeah, had a year off, so obviously didn't play in the international sides for that year. Had a full season back outdoors last year. Managed to sort of do fairly well. Our club Kings, we managed to become the first team to win the national 2 4s top club in the same year. So we had a really good season on that front. We've got a strong side, but so it never been done before, and it's a tough ask to get through that many games. So yeah, we had a good season, and then fortunately managed to have a good trial at the end of the season and get back into the international side for next year, which I'm obviously pleased about, in a good rink with the captain as well, John McGuinness and Ian Leslie and Steve Hitchinson. So we just have to see how things go. The best thing you can do in any sport, in bowls, myself personally, I think is play for your country. It's the biggest honour. Lucky enough, since sort of around 2004, played for England at many different tournaments and at different levels and through the junior ages, and there's nothing I'd rather do in the sport than play for my country. So we'll see how things go, and obviously the goal is to try and get back in the squad for the Gold Coast. But England have got a strong side going out to New Zealand. Be later this month for the World Championship, so a lot of our friends from the England side are going out there. So we wish them, all the men and all the ladies, all the best out there. Hopefully they can bring some medals back.
Well, we'd like to. I'm sure everybody out there will wish you the best of luck, Jamie, with your future progress with the outdoor game for the Commonwealth Games. You say there's nothing higher than the honour of representing your country. A question that's aimed at both of us actually, and it's quite a good question on the opinion on the next game up, because the next game up is Jason Greenslade, who's last year's runner-up here, versus co-op wildcard Connor Cinato. Do you want to take that one first?
Yeah, I'll take it first. We as players quite often will say to people like Andy and others who tend to sit on the fence when they give their predictions during the commentary, why they don't ever give an actual prediction. So I'm going to do exactly the same here and say I think it'll be a tie break I'm going for. It could go either way. I think it's going to be a very good game. Both players obviously playing well from last season. Connor made his first appearance and played well. Jason obviously final of this tournament, so I'm going for a tie break, and wouldn't ever call a winner in a tie break.
No, well, as you've sat on the fence and used the name Andy in there, of course we need to remember that Connor Cinato was actually the giant killer at Potters in January that beat one Andy Thompson MBE in a cracking game of bowls. And Connor, I was there when he actually won the wild card event, and he was absolutely superb. So yeah, he's a very, very good player. For those of you out there that don't know, only a youngster, 20 years of age, now but a youngster, and he's playing Jason Greenslade. Now Jason played exceptionally well here last year. He's certainly found a bit of form again. Slipped down the rankings. Did get up to the dizzy heights of rank 2, but slipped out to 14. He's back in at number 12 now, so he'll be looking to tie a few games together to try and keep his ranking up. And normally when I call a game, Jamie, I make a right mess of it. But yeah, no, I totally agree with you. I think it's going to go all the way to a tie break. If it does go to a tie break, I might just favour Connor
One green.
in that tie break.
There you go.
There you go, folks at home. You heard it here. I didn't sit on the fence, but no, I mean, I think it's certainly, even when we saw the draw for today, it's certainly the game of the day.
Time extra. Lisa has 2 time extra.
Lisa's got a good shot bowling here. Should be looking to draw down the backhand, I think, try and improve her own wide bowl. Look to get another one in the head. If not, Merv may have a shot down the forehand.
Well,
Very good try.
She's
She's
urging it on.
reached just short. I think that probably absolutely makes Merv's mind up. Could easily be called, but anything with pace up the forehand, he could get down to his own second bowl and remove the green. He could get an angle off his wide bowl as well.
Time extra.
Could play it fairly positively.
the only danger is he has got that short green bowl in the way.
Makes the shot harder having to time it around it. I don't think there's anything else on.
Very wide line. It'll make it all the way back if it's the correct weight. Very close here. What a great bowl from Merv in there.
Yeah, instead of turning the bowl, he's actually sat on the inside of it and got the shot.
Set score 4-3.
Certainly back himself to draw himself out of trouble any time. Again, he's brought that mat up, shortened the jack down. A replay on that bowl. Look at this, perfectly off his own bowl. Sit down, get shot. Quality of players in this top 16, wall to wall quality. And just drop that 2 feet short, but again, as Jamie was saying earlier, the line is very good.
Two and a half feet.
Oh, great adjustment from Mervyn there. Just said Jamie, he just dropped that 2 feet short, his first bowl, and he wasn't well pleased with himself.
No, he's certainly made up for it with a second. Tough one to beat. He's as well in this set though. 4 ends to go, only 1 in it.
Certainly watching this one, might just be a touch overweight. But that's not a bad home really.
No, it gives her a chance. I think a second.
Another good length bowl there from Merv.
Yeah, he's got a second shot, and it just makes things tricky enough. It means if you just try and reach, you can easily just slide past like the last one and end up dropping a count. Probably you're really just looking to draw as close as you can. You get a good second that'll give you an option with your last. Again, it's the sort of head normally at home that you would just favour being just under the line and up and giving yourself a chance. But on the portal rink, you probably just have to try and dead draw second to give yourself options.
I think she's possibly got second there. Again, our angles are not the best for...
I think it is still 2, yes.
Yeah, there you go. Mike Davis has got the best angle of the lot of us because he's down there. He favours it still 2. We do rely a lot on the match officials. Got very good judgment.
I was going to say, yeah, Merv really could be looking to get anything past the jack. Knowing Merv, he may well have just drawn in again there, so would have called it right. He's put that in a perfect spot, really. Lisa can play a perfect bowl here to make it 2. But as we said, very difficult being just over the pace again. It's probably just trying to draw the shot.
She's played a tighter line, Jamie. Is it going to hold? Looks like it's going under now.
Yeah, very difficult when you start trying to just reach. But as we said, with Merv's shot bowl and the second bowl, it just offers you something to think, oh, I'll just arrive to this.
Yeah, Dan McMahon has been called on to just decide on the second bowl. Mike Davis said he favoured the red bowl. This could make quite a big difference, really. If Mervin's got 2 shots here, 6-3. He's 3 up, 3 ends to play. He can take a tie as he won the first set. Yeah, I think Mike Davis was very sound with his call.
2 shots for Irving King.
6-3, 3 ends to play. That means Lisa Featherby has got to score 4 over 3 ends to take us to a tie break. We've already seen 1 tie break today. If you weren't with us earlier, Darren Burnett just managed to sneak through on the tie break against Steve Halmite. We've already had 1 shock, a seed go out. Jonathan Ross lost to Wayne Wilgress. And then the last game we saw was David Gourlay managed to scrape through against Ruti Gilor. But there's still some exciting games to come after this. We've got Jason Greenslade, Connor Cinato, and then another good game on the cards coming up, Jamie, after that. Everybody's been focusing on Jason versus Connor, but we've got Robert Paxton versus Tony Webb. And Tony Webb is a very, very strong player. There's a lot of things on the English circuit.
Yep, it could. That game, as well as the next one, could easily be the best of the day.
Could that be where I get my fireworks?
It could well be.
And then, of course, last game of the day, we've got Alex Marshall MB versus Mark Sanford. Stay with us if you can. If you can't, pick up the results on worldbowlstour.tv. Mervin's done the same again, a 2-foot short, but I wondered if this was perhaps his strategy. First bowl, 2-foot short, second bowl right on the jack.
1 red.
I'm sure I'll get a wry smile off him if I mention it to him later.
Yeah, I think he...
Aggressive bowl here.
Again,
She's in the area,
close. I
very
think
close.
Got the shot bowl away. Played 3 or 4 really good backhand runners, been right on target. Gives her a chance of scoring this end, which you feel Lisa has to really to give herself a chance in this second set.
She was shaking her head there, Jamie. I think she was wanting the jack clean, but she got a result, and that's all you can ask for sometimes when you're in the area.
Yeah, she's got the shot, and Merv's just dropped a couple of feet short, so
Your
she's
ball
got a
is
chance to add as well.
10 inches short of jack.
Put another one in here. Just puts a bit of pressure on Merv with his last.
Just overplayed this. Mervyn just
Yeah, I
taking
would
his time, settling.
I want to call it. I would expect Merv to just try and draw around his own on the forehand, but
Well, if he just passes his own, he's going to get shot, and it might tuck the shot away so that Lisa can't see it.
it looks very close from up there. If he turns.
Asking Mike Davis to give a call on that. He's looking intently at it.
That's very close.
Yeah, Mervyn's bowl's sort of sat at an angle. I think if it sits down, it will get shot. But at the moment, Mike Davis has called that he favours the green.
But just see Lisa run back to the head there. She might be better off taking her time. Yeah, good decision. Take your time. It's a big bowl at this stage. Needs to score.
It's down a very tight line. Well, I think the umpire will be called out again here.
Yeah, if it's close, Merv has got probably one of the best eyes in the game for calling who's got the shot. So if he's calling for a measure, then it will be close. Even at his age.
Oh dear, you might be in trouble when you come out of here.
He has been talking about bus passes so far this morning, so not a mile off there, I don't think.
One thing about Mervyn King, he's got a very, very good sense of
One
humour.
shot, Lisa Featherby.
Well, one shot to Lisa. Mike Davis's eyes obviously in on the rink down there. He's called some very close calls in this game and he's been correct.
Two probably must-win ends for Lisa, really. You think if Mervyn scores a 1,
Jack line at 28 metres.
the opportunity of a 4 is very unlikely. So yeah, you feel like she's going to have to score on both of these last 2 ends to have a chance.
Yeah, and
Important first bowl.
she can't afford just 2 1s. She's got to get a 2 somewhere in there because she's got to win the set. A tie will not do Lisa Featherby. She's played this second set very well though, Jamie.
Yeah, played a lot of good bowls in the area. As I say, played some really good backhand runners and probably hasn't had the best results. Merv's played a lot of really good drawing bowls, a couple of short ones, but when he's got one close, he's really nailed the jack, which makes it difficult.
He's on a good track here. Might just pull short.
Yeah, similar pattern to the last couple of ends. Next one, be right on top of it.
Well, if that's his strategy, then that's what he seems to be doing at the moment. A little bit of a shake of the head there. I often think the one thing that you do tend to notice quite a lot when you're sat in this commentary position is body language, Jamie. It shows dramatically more when you sat watching it here than you sometimes notice if you sat down there in the crowds.
Yeah, Merv's one of the very best for not giving anything away either. He doesn't sort of show any emotion to his opponent, which is something that he consciously does. A few of us out there are probably
I've got a bit of a grimace on her face there, though. It looks a good track to me.
not sure if he's pushed this one.
No, you're right.
Not far. He's played a good line. He's
Lisa seems to have sussed this shot clock situation out as well. A couple of overseas players today have kind of fallen foul of it, but Lisa did tell me earlier that she'd read the rules and she'd really studied timings and things like that, and it seems to be paying off for her that way, Jamie. She certainly hasn't been caught out by it.
no, very, very tactically aware. Used the timeouts well. Nearly made another shot here. Merv, yeah, need a bowl in here. I would back him more often than not to make the adjustment here. Just played one on the forehand, wasn't a mile away. Looking to draw the shot.
I don't know whether he has with this, Jamie. It looks like it's going to pull up short again.
No, he's proved me wrong,
Two green in the middle.
unfortunately.
Red one, that's 20 inches short of jack.
It might look in Lisa's way now down that backhand. He opting to play down the forehand.
Out on a good line if she's pushed it. I don't think she quite has.
No, it was a very good line though.
It's not. Doesn't actually matter at this stage if it's 2 or 3 to Lisa. 2 or 3 means she'd have to win the last end anyway. So
Mervyn has 3 timeouts remaining.
Merv will be just looking to throw it out. Nice wide line on the forehand down this way. Just add 2 feet on his second and third bowl. Just trying to draw the shot.
Yeah, you'd normally bet on Merv to do this draw.
Yeah, out on a good line.
Very close here, slips past his own bowls.
Drawn the shot, yeah. I did call it. It was a bowl later than I called it, but I did call it.
One shot, Mervyn King.
Well, that means that Lisa's got to score
Set score 74 after 8 ends.
a 4 on the last end. Now, we've seen 1-4 today against David Gourlay. It takes some doing, though, against you top 16, Jamie, trying to score a 4.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really big bowl there. Lisa's only got a score on the last end if Merv doesn't draw that. It's how quickly sets play can change when you come to the business end of the set. One bowl can make a huge amount of difference. Just be looking for anything within a foot, 18 inches preferably.
Oh, this
Up
is a
to the
great
jack.
start. Great start. Just
Yeah.
like that, Jamie?
Yeah, that'll
He didn't go for his tactic of 2 foot short and then put one on the jack at this end. He's obviously decided not to bother with that one anymore.
forces Lisa to just play that bowl, that reach and bowl to give herself a chance later in the end, which is very difficult. But
Down a good track.
close here, yeah.
Wow, what a great bowl.
Merv won't be Certainly won't
2
be
inches
panicking
short.
at this stage again. He'll just try and play the same shot. Anything closer than his first bowl at this stage is very hard for Lisa to then put 3 more inside that. That's
Green.
good. That's a good bowl. So another bowl in the area, but also later on in the end, if he did have to play a shot, it would give him another angle into the head.
Well, Lisa's played this down a tight line.
Yeah,
Oh, she's really not happy with this.
I think that's the game.
That could be it.
Merv will just throw one out wide on the backhand, I would suggest.
She's played very well this second set. These qualifiers, it's a tough, grueling way to get here. She's played very well second set.
Well, I certainly.
Those are the sort of
Wouldn't
shots
have
I
called that
expect to
shot.
see you play. That was interesting. Interesting choice of shot. Just tried to finish it off.
Yeah. If he got the bowl away or
Still
the
one
jack,
green.
it's game over. But
No, the gap is 4.5 inches.
We're really down to Lisa thinking now about how she's going to set this head up to try and get a 4, which,
I think this
oh
is.
dear, if this goes off, the game is over.
It's the game for Merv.
One shot, Lisa Featherby.
Thanks very much for joining me in commentary, Jamie. All the very best of luck in the tournament. And thanks viewers for listening at home. And we'll see you after this short break for Jason Greenslade versus Connor Cinato.
Well, there we are, ladies and gentlemen. Give both players one more round of applause. And your next match, ladies and gentlemen, the players are coming out just to have their trial ends, and they will commence. We'll be with you in about 6 or 7 minutes. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring on your match. And this gentleman coming on, ladies and gentlemen, he won a competition that was run by the Co-op Funeral Care for a wild card into the event, and this gentleman won it. But also, he's a current under-25 English international. He reached the quarter-finals in the WIBC Championships. He's got a nickname of the Ginger Ninja. Let's give a massive welcome to Cinato. And up against him, ladies and gentlemen, he's a former Scottish International Open champion. He's world ranked at number 12. It's none other than the Welsh wizard, Jason Greenslade.
Well, thank you very much, Richard, and really looking forward to this game. I think it was one of the first round games that a lot of people highlighted as being one of the best on paper. Last year's defending runner-up, so to speak, he lost in the final to Greg Harlow. Jason Greenslade played really well last year, and he's playing against the Co-op Funeral Care wild card, Connor Cinato. But before we get into the match, I'm delighted to be joined in commentary by Australian qualifier Jamie Smith. Welcome to commentary, Jamie.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I always know when I'm having a Aussie in the commentary box with me, because I turn up with a cup of coffee, they turn up with a pint. Yeah, it should be an interesting game, this, really.
Yeah, it should be a pretty good matchup. Connor, he's coming onto the scene very fresh, but he's got a lot of form behind him. Having beaten Andy Thompson 6 months ago, I think he's ready to rumble and could cause the first upset of the tournament here.
Yes, certainly. Connor's got a lot of confidence as well. It's his first time here at the Jewish Centre in Perth, but he qualified 2 years ago for the Super Bowl tournament, which was at Blackpool Newton Hall, and he narrowly missed out on that, being beaten by Billy Jackson, who went on to win it. He also got to the Tour Card finals. Where again he was unfortunate and just missed out in the final to one Billy Jackson. And then in the Co-op wildcard playoff, he played really well all day and managed to get that Co-op wildcard. Emotion the young man showed after the game showed how much it meant to him. So he'll be trying his best out there today. Jason Greenslade, of course, has been on the circuit, got into the top 16 in 2001.
Oy.
Drifted out to number 14.
What year did he win his first one?
Well, he's always sort of knocked about round and about the semi-finals and finals, which of course, as you're aware, it goes through how many rounds they get through to actually get ranking points. I know he won the Welsh International Open back in 2006. He also won the Scottish Masters, back in 2004. So he has got titles to his name, but he's got even more Welsh titles, national titles, known as the Welsh Wizard.
He's
Very
come
good
out
start.
strong.
Yeah, excellent start.
Yeah, the first time I came out here, I had to play Jason in the second round. I found on the longer ends he seemed a bit more comfortable, and it certainly shows this first end where they're about 1.5 meters from maximum length. He's put 3 within Jack High, so Connor sort of needs to shorten it up and get Jason off his rhythm, but with the resting toucher there, he's a bit unlucky. He Jack rolled away there, so looks like Jason will get 1 or 2 here.
He was very unlucky with that, really, Jamie. He'd have just stayed.
One shot, Jason Greenslade.
Does give me the opportunity to answer a viewer's question from the game before about does the 30-second rule apply to a ball when it comes to rest for chocking at the WBT. I have it from one of the match officials that yes, it does. As soon as a bowl comes to rest, they time it. That's the last bowl at an end. Obviously not a bowl during the middle of a end, but the last bowl, if it's on a tilt, they will allow that 30 seconds before they chocked it. We do get some interesting questions coming, Jamie.
I can imagine, yeah.
Good opener again here.
One thing I definitely would love to see improved, having seen today's results as far as the timeouts are concerned, is the officials being able to commence the timeout near the 2 or 3 second mark so that the player doesn't miss out on their full time that they've already had. So if a player calls a timeout at 15 seconds, they essentially lose 15 seconds because they've already commenced the 60-second timeout. I think it just needs to be evolved to where it just happens on top of the time that they've already been allocated. I think that would be an improvement to the tour.
It was a very interesting point that you brought up there. It was a question that we actually had in for Jamie Chesney, who was in commentary in the last game, about timeouts and at what point in time the timeout goes from. At the moment, as Jamie Smith just explained, the timeout, this extra 60 seconds goes on at the point you call a timeout. So if you call it with 5 seconds to go, you've already had 25 seconds, so that gives you an extra 60. But if you call it at 29 seconds, which one of our players did today, they sort of have lost the 29 seconds. That's what you're referring to, Jamie.
Yeah.
I'll
I
make
just
it.
find it strange, although it's the player's responsibility to ensure their timeouts are strategic enough to use the seconds they have. But yeah, it'd certainly be nice for that to be taken out of the player's hands and just done automatically.
Well, I'll certainly put that to the powers that be that are listening in at the moment. They'll be making notes at the other end of this commentary.
Well, I think Richard's left the building, so
That's why you were safe to say it, was it? Now, look, currently in the rules, just to let people know at home, currently in the rules, that is the situation, is your 60 seconds starts at the point that you ask for the timeout. So, as Jamie's just said, things have got to evolve, so it's certainly something that's worth mentioning. The Bowls Tour are always looking to adapt things, change things, keep things fresh, so I'm sure that can be put to them, Jamie, and I think it's a very valid question, of which it has appeared several times today with the shot clocks, especially with qualifiers who perhaps aren't used to the shot clock system.
yeah, it's quite funny. A very seasoned player in Stephen Halmy, he actually got timed out today, and it's quite funny because before the game he asked me how many timeouts we had, and I was under the impression we had a certain number per set, and I thought we had 5 per set, and he used all of them in the first 7 ends, and he got timed out.
So before you play Mr. Andy Thompson MBE tomorrow, you will have referred to the rules, will you, Jamie?
Yes.
Just to let you know, it's 5 timeouts
Mm.
throughout the first 2 sets, and if you go into a tie break, you get an extra timeout. But you can use those 5 timeouts whenever you want within those 2 sets. So you can even use all 5 at once if you want, just to play one bowl.
Mm.
One shot. Grayson. Jason.
Well, the players are finding their line and length. Pretty soon we'll see some touches. Have they still got the 4-toucher $5,000 bonus?
No,
No, not
that's
anymore?
not in there anymore. It was a
No.
sponsor that put that up, which is a shame, really.
Mm. Even if it was £1,000, it'd be pretty good.
Well, it's quite amazing to get 4 touches at this level anyway, to be honest. So I think Robert Paxton won that one year, and Jonathan Ross won it a couple of years back now. Has Jason lost that jack?
Gone.
He has.
Bye-bye. Could be a tactical ploy here by Jason to read Connor's early length. I think Connor's just going to play medium, just to settle down and find some rhythm.
Yeah, well, for those people out there that want to know what the players are playing with, I believe Jason Greenslade's playing out there with his Tigers, which is a swingy bowl, and Connor's tried various different sets and he's settled on the Drake's Pride XPs. He's a Drake's Pride player, normally plays with professionals, but again, one of the things that somebody did ask earlier on, Jamie, is a lot of the players tend to opt to a swingier bowl on the portable rink, and it's interesting for people to know that it is a portable rink, it's not just an ordinary rink.
Yeah, so a lot of hours and a lot of hard work goes into setting up the venue here. It'd be great to see it in other locations, but I think the tour circuit at the moment is as good as it can be at this stage. So, yeah, how many man hours does it take to setting up the rink?
Now you're asking me a question.
Mm.
I know certainly we arrived on Sunday.
A team of 20 or 30 anyway.
It certainly was a lot of people about for the first Monday and Tuesday of the week. The rink started going in after the seating stand went in, and it certainly took from Sunday, so it takes 5 days to get anywhere like what you're seeing on the TV now. The rink, I think, is available for players from about the Wednesday evening, and even then the set's still being built round you when you're practicing, Jamie, that's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
All 3 of the venues the World Bowls Tour use at the moment are different. The venue at Potters for the World Championships in January, and that's in an international arena where they have one of the sides of the seating stands, they have seating stands both sides, is actually at the venue, so we just built a seating stand on the other side, but that holds over 1,000 people to watch. And then Blackpool Newton Hall is another venue again, which is smaller, a little bit more of an intimate venue. And there we actually play on the Rink 2 at Newton Hall, because they have a blue carpet. Part of the corporate image of the WBT is every event's played on a blue carpet. So at Blackpool we play on Rink 2 at Blackpool Newton Hall. You've been to the Worlds, Jamie. Have you been to Blackpool?
No.
That's the next challenge, is it? Get to Blackpool.
Oh, perhaps. Yeah, I know it's pretty hard to get to, so I guess as far as that's concerned, I'm happy to continue making the Scottish and the world, so I know what they're all about. So whereas Blackpool, it's you got to stay in a caravan, and from what I've heard, it's not the best experience, but certainly an experience at least. But yeah, I'm sure it would be fantastic to go to. But, I really enjoyed coming to Scotland again. Really easy. Just jump on a train, don't even think about anything, and then walk 10 minutes. Yeah, it's fantastic.
Well, Jason, under a little bit of pressure here. shouting at this one to hurry. It's in the area.
Wrong. Swung. Surprised he didn't go quicker to try and get the jack backward. He had the best backward there.
Yeah, he played that.
His ball
timing
wasn't going to
away.
go clean. Most result was 1 down, and he's looking at nearly 3 down. This will definitely give Connor a bit of a boost, and can certainly show the, I guess, the advantage of keeping the jack on the rink is that you control the length, whereas when in the ditch, now Connor's nearly going to pick up a 3.
He's certainly watching this intently, Jamie. He likes it. I think he's just dropping short.
2 shots, Connor Cinato.
Maybe we could put that down to the jack throw there.
Set score 2-2.
It can make a huge difference, certainly in singles play if you can keep hold of that jack. Connor is full of confidence. He's a England junior international. Well,
Talk about the jack throw, and he's nearly sunk it.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
just about stayed on. Both of these players have got very supportive families. Jason supports from afar back at home in Surrey in Wales. There's Connor's mum and dad. They're here in Perth, very supportive of the son.
Who's your tips to make the semis this year?
Gosh, I haven't looked as far as that. There's 1 or 2 players that have really played well so far, but I was saying earlier today, Jamie, that it's often interesting watching the first round games because that's when seeds are at the most vulnerable because they haven't got their eye in on the carpet, whereas some of the players get 2 or 3 rounds in. I mean, I thought last year, if you'd have asked me at this time last year, I'd have said Stuart Anderson would have won last year's because he was playing superbly. Got to the semi-final, and Jason Greenslade beat him in the semi-final. So you know, it's tough to call. I always think until you get to the last 16, and then you've got a bit more of an idea. I still think there's a danger of 2, 3, possibly 4 seeds going out at the first round. It's the strongest field we've had for a long time at the Scottish. That's called sitting on the fence, Jamie.
Yes.
I didn't earlier actually call this game, so that's what's likely to come back and haunt me.
Yeah, well.
So are you going to make a prediction now? You put the draw in your hand.
I'll predict that 2 of the semi-finalists will be of Scottish descent. They will be looking to make their mark for selection period next year, coming up in the Commonwealth Games. They want to defend their 3 out of 4 gold medals in the men's. I'm hoping they do well at Broadbeach. Hoping our Aussies do quite well, but I think the Scottish will be setting the bar very highly. So whether that's Burnett and Marshall or Burnett and Foster, Anderson and Foster, I think it'll be 2 of those 4 will definitely make it through.
Well, we shall see how the week progresses and see what happens. Jason just played a runner at that, tried to flick Connor's bowl out.
And of course you can't forget their coach, David.
Of course. He's one of the players I was saying, because he doesn't play that often nowadays, he only plays when he gets to these events, he's at his most vulnerable in the first round. He's managed to get through against Ruthie Gilor. He's now got his very, very good mate Mervyn King in the next round.
Oh, that'll be a good game, jeez.
Well, Connor, again he's looking at this.
Just a hang. got it.
Great ball, Connor.
2-3.
Jason's been getting a few practices in this week. He's often one of the players that can't arrive at the venue till last minute, but he's actually tried to get as much practice in as he could. He would know from the Worlds, as you mentioned before, Connor beat Andy Thompson back in January. His team manager in the under-25s. That's the way to impress your team manager, beat them at the Worlds.
Yeah, that's a good shot.
One shot, Connor Cinato.
The shot to Connor there. 4 ends in, 3-2 to Connor.
Set score 2-3 after 4 ends.
Right, it's 2 in a row for Connor now. He just starting to get some rhythm.
Yeah, keeps changing his mat position at the moment, just not settled on a length. We noticed in the game before though, Mervyn King was playing one length in
Ooh,
one
that is
direction.
Gone.
Well, another one gone. Interesting to see what Jason does here now. Right back or right up, which do you think? Well, those viewers' postcard questions. Don't forget we're live with you for every bowl sent here at the Jewers Centre in Perth for the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2016. If you can't stay with us, we'll pick up the results on worldbowlstour.tv.
I think by the looks of it, we have about 500 live viewers
Chat length 28.5.
happening at the moment. We have at least 100 in the venue.
We've got a lot of viewers watching this streaming at the moment. If you've got any questions you'd like to put to Jamie, or if you'd like us to find out the answers for you, if you put it through on the streaming chat or on Twitter, and at Twitter we're World Bowls Tour 1, I can put your questions to Jamie or one of the match officials, and we'll try and get them answered. We like you to feel like you're involved here, and it's good to have so many viewers out there watching and listening in. We've even had viewers in Mexico earlier on today.
Wow. I think they'll be watching the US election very closely. See if they have to pay for a wall. It's going to be very entertaining to see the result of the... I think it's going to be already decided, but the public's obviously been out and voted. It's just waiting to count them is going to be the interesting thing. But
Yes, I've not actually... I meant to have a look at it. When are they actually publish the results?
pretty soon. I think it's before the 10th. But
I'm reliably informed by our producer that it's Tuesday.
yeah, so try not to fly Wednesday. There could be riots all over the world.
The moral to this story, viewers, is you just stay with us watching the bowls for the rest of the week. Far more interesting. I said yesterday, I've never heard so many discussions on political situations in a bowls hall as we've had for the last week. It seems to be there's so many things going on. Well, Connor.
Here's a shot. Connor plays out the Kingsthorpe Club at Northampton. Like I say, very, very supportive parents. I think that's half the battle as a young bowler, is having that support network to provide you the platform for you to succeed. A lot of players fall through the cracks, chasing results by themselves, and they get into bad habits early, whereas Connor, he's got a very positive backing from his parents. They teach him good morals. I think he's 18 now. He doesn't drink, as far as I know, and he's got a good head on his shoulders, and he's very humble, and he's certainly got a bright future. If he can crack into the 16 here, I don't think he'll relinquish that if he grabs a hold of it. So hopefully he gets the results that he's after. Never know, he might win this game and go on to win 2 or 3 more. I mean, he might be on the tour next year.
Well, you never know. He's also qualified for the playoffs at the pairs at Potters, the English playoffs there. He's always knocking about in these qualifiers. He really does try his best. There you go. We've had the information from the horse's mouth, so to speak, on the American political situation from our very, very good friend Neil Furman. Shout out to Neil there. Thank you for that. Apparently 30 million have voted to date, but they're expecting 90 million to vote on Tuesday.
3 shots, Connor Cinato.
I feel for the counters.
That's an awful lot of votes to count, isn't it? We're just adding 3
We have a
to 3 and
population of
making
about 25
6.
million, and they've got at least 5 times that. And imagine if it gets disputed or appealed, the amount of time that's going to take.
How many
Jesus.
recounts?
Mm.
Well, Connor's now 6-2 up after 5 ends in this first set. Those are the scores and figures we're working with here, Jamie. And Connor's certainly got a hold of this first set.
Track length 27 metres.
I think I did see a question on the YouTube stream on the last game. Where was the graphic of the bowls of who's holding currently? Has that been axed?
No, it's not being axed, it's being worked upon.
Oh. Oh, it hasn't been loading. Oh, well.
There you go. The question was thrown to the producer there, and he said,
Put him on the spot there. Sorry, mate.
that's why I sat back and let him answer across to you, Jamie.
Give him a microphone. Do you play bowls at all? No. That would be certainly an interesting commentary. A person who doesn't play bowls to commentate. I reckon that'd be awesome.
It could be interesting. There was talk about, I've actually qualified for the last 32 at Potters, and one of the first things somebody said to me at the side of the rink when I came off was, well, who's going to commentate now? And the producer that will be working at Potters said, well, I'll do it because I know you so well. And I thought, oh, great. But no, I think our producer here has had a couple of goes in the fun nights we've had.
Okay.
We have a fun night here on Thursday night during the week where the BBC and those that have never bowled before get to go and send a few bowls down. So it's a good night.
I think the BBC come tomorrow, don't they?
Yeah, they normally start setting up from midday tomorrow.
Yep.
And go live at 1 o'clock on Monday on BBC Scotland.
Jason's under a bit of pressure here. If he drops a 1 or a 2, he's doesn't have too many ends to win him back.
Well, like we say, Connor's quite experienced now at this level. Good head on young shoulders.
He's actually a pretty good pool player as well. We had a game of pool earlier. Yeah, he's done 5 balls in a row to win. Yeah, bit of trivia.
I didn't know that. There you go.
I suppose most bowlers are pretty good at closed target sports. So, you know, they'd enjoy their darts, the pool, even squash or tennis.
Yeah, there's a lot of hand-eye coordination involved. Jason's playing a runner now here. Looks under the
Close.
target.
Oh,
very unlucky not to get something there, Jamie.
Should
Even
have
an
played
edge off
backhand, he might have held it up.
even an edge off the side bowl would have helped.
If you're playing for edges off side bowls, you've got problems.
I've got crown green in my blood. I'm sorry, Jamie. That's what we go
I would
back to.
absolutely love to play crown green. It would be awesome.
How will you see if you ever qualify for Blackpool?
Play off a little coaster,
sort
use
that
2
out.
bowls, use bowls 100 years old. Be good.
And they took the match officials that were at Blackpool for the tour card down to the famous Waterloo Green for them to have a go.
Heard it's a bit of a carnival atmosphere. They all go crazy, they scream at everything. And
Yes, it's a lot more effervescent a game, is the Crown Green. A lot louder. There's a lot of...
playing all types of weather.
Yeah, we play through snow, anything.
When's the last time you played on the crown green?
I packed in Crown Green several years ago when I first got into the England international squad, and I've been part of that for 8 years. I felt that the overlap of the 2 games was too much because Crown Green plays all year. There's even a Boxing Day handicap.
Handicap.
That means competition.
Okay.
Connor qualified for the Super Bowl and was taken on board by all the crowners there at that event, and they certainly took him under the wing and taught him 1 or 2 Crown Green phrases that he comes out with every so often.
Big shot here.
Closer.
Oh, he got the rub. Got the rub.
Well, could still be 1 green there.
Might even be 2.
1 shot, Honor Cinato.
Well, 7-2 now, 3 ends to play.
5 up,
Set
3 to
score
play.
2-7 after 6 ends.
I think if there's any time to advertise the equality of bowls, it's now, with the 4 female qualifiers, 2 in this event and 2 for the Worlds. Just shows that anyone has a chance, and everyone should be encouraged to participate in the qualifyings.
Very true.
You don't really need to be a man to get through, obviously. It's
No, they're open qualifiers, anybody can have a go. PBA's always been open for any age, any sex, any ability. But I will just correct you, because there's actually 5 ladies at
5?
Potters. 5 ladies at Potters, 2 ladies here.
wow. So there's 7 in total.
There's 3 ladies in the last 32 at Potters
Wow.
Worlds, and there's 2 ladies playing in the playoffs, which is played before Potters.
Oh, I didn't
So
think of that. Yeah.
There's a chance of
That's amazing.
it's brilliant for the sport, really. For certainly for the PBA, it just shows girls, get your entries in, have a go.
I know in Queensland our participation numbers, female versus men, I think they'd be pretty close to 10 to 20% participation. It'd be great if they could get up to 30 or 40.
Yes, I
But
agree.
for them to qualify in other countries, I'd only assume the percentage would be the same, or even less. For them to have 7 qualifiers in 1 season is amazing.
Yeah, I was talking to Lisa about this earlier. Lisa, who was the qualifier from Australia that's just played, and she said that she played 1 lady in her progression to win, to get here, and I think it was 7 games, so that's 6 men
Wow.
she played, and I certainly know in my qualifier at Lincoln, every game I played a man in it, so I think the percentage is very, very similar over here, Jamie. I don't know the exact figures, but it's certainly a lot of the venues I go to, I might be the only lady at it, or perhaps one other.
Yeah, I was overhearing conversation where they said you had a really good run of beating some high quality men to get through.
Yeah, it was. It's something you don't think about at the time when you're actually playing, who you're playing against. And it was somebody told me the following day that I'd beaten the world number 19, 20 and 21.
Oh, trifecta.
Yeah, the world number 17, Wayne Hogg, doesn't play much anymore. The world number 18, John Price, is Welsh based, so he would have to play in a Welsh qualifier. The world number 19 is Simon Skelton. I beat him in the semi-final. The world number 20, Gary R. Smith. I beat in the last 16. And the world number 21, Matthew Worry, who famously beat Paul Foster in January.
Well, he made the 3rd or 4th round.
He did indeed. He got beaten in the quarterfinals by David Gourlay. I beat him in the final.
In tiebreaker.
Last end of the tiebreak. Last bowl, last end of tiebreak. I don't like doing things easily. If you're going to do it, you might as well do it the hard way.
Well, it's better to bowl in your hand than the other person's, I always think.
Well, actually, Matthew had a draw shot to win and just pulled up short. So it was, really happy. It's been one of my things for many, many years.
That's incredible. That's the highest rated people you could probably play in a single day. And with those rankings, it's virtually the 3 best people available, and you've beaten. That's crazy.
And then the reward for that is playing Mervyn King at Potters. So.
Yeah, that's good. I think you'll have a good challenge.
No,
Lisa gave him a good of a push and a shove there. I think you're capable of doing the same, and you're going to stick to your guns and beat him.
I'll certainly be trying my best, Jamie. Certainly be trying my best. But it's been one of the things since I joined the PBA way back when we used to play at Stanley. I once experienced Carol Ashby winning through to Booper as it was then. And I virtually said from that day that was one of my ambitions, was to win one of the Open qualifiers and to win the World Open qualifier.
Well, you've ticked it off. You just got to set a new goal now.
I've got to set a new one. That's what my coach said. He said, now you have to think of the new goal. So that might have to be thought about.
I'll set a goal, win a tour card.
That would be very nice. That would be very nice.
Then you miss out on all the commentary. Or at least all the games that you can't commentate on yourself. Be a pretty busy schedule though, trying to get practice and commentating and eventually playing. You have to have an apprentice. You fly me over and pay my expenses, I'm more than happy to accommodate.
There you go. Certainly. There was one mention about actually miking me up and letting me commentate on my own game. I think that has been suggested to David Portal at one point in time in the past as well.
I think they need a 20-second delay on that with all the swearing underneath your breath.
How did you know that?
Heard it from a little birdie.
It's half a ball short of Jack High.
Well, end 8. Tough ask now for Jason to win this first set.
He's looking to restart the end at the respot. Which he has.
Don't think he's got the best result out of that.
Well, he's got the shot. Maybe 2 shots. Yeah, I think he's holding 2 shots.
That could be interesting. Where's the jack at? Here we go with our wonderful new ditch cam. Yes, you could be right. He could be holding 2.
Yeah, 2 versus 2 here. So
I would think that Connor might just get this one a little bit closer, however.
good shout out to the Cooperative Funeral Care. They've updated their logo. It looks fresh, new. Looks great. They can supply all of your funeral needs.
He's even plugging the sponsor. That's what I like to hear, Jamie. We've had quite a few people comment on the new shirts, and they've been saying that they are actually available after this event to buy.
How much?
Oh, I don't know the answer to that one.
Well, we can't sell them if we don't know the price.
We need to be salespeople, don't we? That'll be my next question for Richard.
Okay, guys, buy 10, you get 10% off. Buy 'em for your club, we'll get the top 16 to sign it. Might even put in a set of bowls, you can raffle it off. We'll take 50% of the proceeds.
Well, I know Richard's got 1 or 2 grey hairs. He's probably going greyer by the minute.
Well, I mean, that's what we're paying for.
1 green.
He gets paid, does he? Well, 1
No,
green.
he does a great job, Richard. He's very much appreciated by all the players, the sponsors, and obviously the spectators. If it wasn't for his hard work throughout the all of the year, we wouldn't have this type of event. It would be probably shut down, and we all have to go back to our bingo halls and pretend we're the world's best with no proof. But he keeps this event running, and the cost of this event alone, I think, is nearly the £100,000. It's crazy the amount of money involved, and for it to even continue, he certainly does a stellar job of keeping our sport alive and on television. So it's a really good job. Thank you, Richard, and others who help him.
Now, can Connor draw this shot? Because he's got 2 feet.
Well, if he
to do
draws this,
so.
he wins a set.
Yeah,
He's got heaps of room.
certainly
He's on
following
the
it
right
down.
line. Has he sent it?
Urging it on.
Ah,
Urging it on.
Matthew.
1 shot, Jason Greenslade.
he's still in the still in good position, Connor.
Set score.
Jason being a wizard, he might pull it out of the hat.
Yeah, it's a tough ask. We were saying in the game before, trying to score a 3 or a 4 at this level, but it's been done today. So it's possible, but a tough ask. Could one of the top 16 be in jeopardy here? We've already lost one of them. Jonathan Ross was beaten this morning, first game up. Jake Wilgrass.
Jack length 29.5 metres.
Well, that's a good opener from Jason. Don't forget we play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if necessary a 3-end tie break. Jason's job here is to try and pile on the pressure to Connor and hope he cracks. That's 2 of them.
2 reds.
Have you seen David Corkill yet?
Now I believe David's flying in later on tonight.
Oh, tonight. Okay. Because he plays tomorrow.
Yeah, first thing on tomorrow morning
I
against
think they had a
Jamie
list
Chesney.
of 25 people trying to commentate this game.
1 green.
Just looking at my list, it looks like the man that's won the privilege then is Darren Burnett. Worked a few times with Darren. Always good to have Darren in commentary. But yes, I believe there's a few lining up for that game and a few lining up for your game as well, Jamie. Andy Thompson's game. I don't understand why that might be. Might it be because Andy's known for going in commentary himself?
Yeah, he's actually pretty good on the commentary. I quite enjoy listening to the dulcet tones of Andy there. He does a great job, but I think he's more suited to the bowls. He's
Well, as you're playing him, you should really be saying the other way around. You should be saying you're hoping he's going into commentary rather than bowling.
Well, if that happens tomorrow, so be it. But you know, who knows what happens? I have a high regard of Andy, as do everyone else on the tour, and it's he's a good guy to play, I think.
Yeah, very, very fierce competitor.
I think most
But
people
good
would be
social
not
guy
too
as well.
disappointed if they lost to Andy. Although I'll be over the moon if I happen to get a win over him. I'm not here to get his autograph. I'll be here to beat him. But it'll certainly be a good contest, I can hope. But yeah, his services to bowls has obviously earned him a member of the British Empire.
I'm just hoping he's got broad shoulders in January because he's my mixed pairs partner at Potters.
Well, say no more.
Looking forward to that. Well, Jason, how's he going to get a 3 out of this, Jamie? I think it's a tough ask.
He's going to need some aliens.
Just talking it through to himself there. Timeout called.
Jason has 4 timeouts remaining.
He left that to 6 seconds to go before he called the timeout.
Very effective.
But like you say, that's the confidence of the top 16. They keep an eye on the clock as well. Jamie Chesney was saying that earlier. He tends to try and call it sort of 5-6 seconds.
Well, even that's a waste. I mean, you could just wait till 1 second.
You could wait till 1 second.
You just
That
got
would
to
be
hope the
very
person with the
brave.
buzzer is actually watching.
Oh, they're part of the officials team. They're always watching, Jamie.
They're heavily trained.
Well-
I believe they go through a 2 or 3 day camp just to prepare for these sort of events.
Do a lot of training. They're watched all the time, certainly by the senior officials. Keep an eye on the junior ones.
A good shout out to Sandra McLeish. She's retired now, but she served for very, very many years on the tour.
She did.
She's very highly regarded.
Her smile is missed,
I'm sure she's watching.
and she's actually coming down to the venue.
Oh,
Believe
okay.
middle of the week at some point.
That'd be good.
Set to Connor. First set to Connor Cinato.
There you go. 2 shots to Jason Greenslade. So on paper, Connor Cinato wins that set 7-6. It looks like a narrow margin there, Jamie, but actually Connor was fairly well in control of that set. Then again, of course, everything starts again now. Fresh set.
I'd certainly love to see one of these players go minimum length. At the moment, they're sort of just floating around the 2/3, 3/4. Looks like Jason's going for maximum here, but yeah, just to change it up. Be good to see their skill to adapt.
That's very much personal choice, though, where you feel like is going to suit your game and your bowls as to what length you choose to play, Jamie. Good start here from Jason. Jason always comes across as one of the quiet people on the top 16, but he's got a cracking sense of humour. Very much into the sports psychology of the game as well. Spent quite a number of times sat talking to him about
Does he still
coaching.
represent Wales? Does he still put himself forward for that?
He does at some things. I don't think he spends as much time travelling as he used to do with
No.
his family. Everybody has things with the family sometimes. Sometimes that takes a priority. At the moment, I think that's the situation for Jason. But certainly when he got to the final here last year, he'd got his keenness to win back. But
2 good bowls here.
yeah, this lad's not going to crumble, I don't think. He'll just keep piling on the pressure. I think it's up to Jason to come up with
very close.
something inspired to try and shake him off. Well, I think that might be one red now. Dan McManus did call that it was just the one green.
Well, it's set up that he can go again. Get the green clean off the reds, or he can put the jack in the ditch for 2. And after having one run shot, it should be easy enough to replicate. So, if Connor draws another, I can definitely see Jason going again.
Just needs to reach. Possibly
yeah.
pulled up short.
Yeah, should go quick on his backhand here. Get both greens easy.
It's always easy when you're sat in the commentary box.
Well,
though,
you never
Jamie.
play
It's
bad ball up here, trust
harder
me.
when you're out there.
No, I played against Jason about 3 years ago, and
Timeout called.
he's very well suited to the runners.
Timeout lead.
Very at ease with playing them.
Slightly favour back.
But it's close,
yeah.
but it's very close.
Yeah.
The questioning from one of the viewers, Jamie, about Australia, and is there a youth academy over there that would help players such as Connor?
Yeah, great question, Paul. I saw you've been watching the stream most of the day, and you've been contributing to the chat sessions. It's been great to see your contribution there. In regards to your question, I do believe there is a national pathway for the Australian juniors. Normally starts off as a development squad of 20 to 25 people. I haven't been in it for quite many years now, so I'm not quite up to speed with the amount of people, but I do know at state level there's about, I guess there's 10 people in the squad, and then when it gets to the Australian level it gets to 24 for men and ladies, so it'd be 12 each, I'd assume. But this is all easily accessed by the Bowls Australia website under career pathways and how to get selected. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question there. But yeah, as far as junior development goes, we're very proactive in that regard. We think that juniors are definitely the way to go. Myself, I think anyone under 50 is the way to go, not necessarily anyone under 20. The money involved that we need to grow the game is not going to come from under 20-year-olds. We need families, we need young families as well as retired sports people in their 30s to jump on board. And we're not going to do that by throwing all the money at the kids. The kids are certainly important, but I think to grow our game, we're going to need more than one person in the family. We're going to need the whole family. That's certainly in Australia. So, I'm not sure how it is over in the UK, but to grow the game, I think we just need to make it a sport for everybody and try and keep it as inclusive as we can. And keeping the juniors in the game is certainly one step towards that.
Well, if I could have recorded what you've just said, Jamie, and played it out as a publicity for future reference, I think you hit the nail on the head there. I think the juniors are very important. There's certainly a firm route for juniors over here. We now have the under 25 tournament that the World Bowls Tour put on that the semi-final and finals played off at Potters. But as you say, the root of the sport really lies in those in their 30s, late 30s or early 40s that have come from another sport and want to stay with the sport. We are a sport for all though. Any age, any ability.
I mean, a classic example is Julie Keegan. She was a very, very astute golfer, and I'm pretty sure they're watching at the moment. They're actually staying in Amsterdam, so the time zone would be pretty good for Michael and Julie there. They're actually members of the Broadbeach Club, of which I'm a member also. Also the host of the Commonwealth Games 2018. Hello Colleen, hello Barry, hello Ryan Bester. But yeah, golfers come over. They want to just try something different, and they liken it to putting. Putting's quite easy to do in golf, and that's why they love bowls, because it seems easy to them. It's just
that's going back to the thought about hand-eye coordination, getting the pace of a running object, so to speak. It's of course the Jewish Centre here is known for its curling as well. The curling rink right next door to the bowls venue here, and that again is considered sometimes to be bowls on ice.
Yeah, it's brilliant to watch at the Winter Olympics. It's magic.
But like you say, our sport is a sport that anybody can have a go at. Families can go down, and a lot of leagues now, I know at some clubs a lot of leagues are open, so you don't necessarily have to play in either a male league or a ladies league as it always used to be. A lot more now have opened up, which is good. And as we mentioned earlier, there's a lot of ladies doing well in the PBAs. Get yourselves down, have a go. There's the Junior World Bowls Tour event now, under 25s. Lots of things to have a go in.
Yeah, I think the best thing about bowls, I should say, is the accessibility. Yeah, it's a good effort from Jason there. Yeah, getting back to the accessibility is that you can commit yourself over a 2 to 3 year period where you're playing a lot of bowls and attain a high level of bowls, and then you just give it up. You can virtually not play for 2 to 3 years if you have a couple of kids or whatever the case may be, and you can come back and you can still get to that same level quite quickly. Whereas in tennis, it's all down to your fitness level and obviously muscle memory. Whereas in bowls, I guess the demand of practice isn't that high. You can still get back to a reasonable level to be competitive. And that's the greatest thing about bowls, is not only anyone can play it, but they don't need to play it 24/7. They can just play it at their leisure and commit themselves to whatever level they think they need to be or they want to be.
Yeah, as Jamie was saying earlier, Jamie Chesney, he was saying about it's a very social game as well. So a lot of people,
I think he was saying about he was having beers with Mervyn King after the game and having some curries and takeaways.
That's right.
Sorry guys, we just had to order dinner here. It's been a very long day for Janice, and yeah, without her help and support, it would be a broadcast that would virtually be moot. Not too many people can sit down at a chair and a microphone all day, non-stop, and just talk about bowls. Obviously takes a bit of skill.
Those that know me out there, and there'll probably be some comments come back in that say that Janice can always talk a load of old bowls.
Janice can talk underwater.
Well, 2-0 up now, second end.
He's got momentum. Young boy. I think he turns 20 or he's already 20. He's 19 at the start of the year.
Yeah, he's 20.
Jack Letts, 27 metres.
What an age.
Yeah, I know, it's unbelievable, and he seems to have been around for so long as well.
He's very mature. He just gets on with the job. Nothing really phases him. He just, takes it as it comes. He's, brilliant. He might be at the Commonwealth Youth Games, or even at the next Commonwealth Games, 2022.
I do know he does play outside. He plays outdoor internationally at the junior level. So yes, certainly got a good head on his shoulders for such a young man.
This is a great reply by the Wizard.
The Welsh Wizard.
Clicking his heels, drawing touches. We haven't seen any flying monkeys yet, so...
No, and I haven't had any of the
Hold on.
fireworks I wanted. I wanted fireworks in some of these games so that I could say it because of it being the 5th of November.
Well, remember the 5th of November.
1 red.
That's a great movie, that.
Says the man that went to the cinema yesterday.
Well, if I can put in another plug, it would definitely be for Doctor Strange. We saw it in IMAX 3D, and the effects are amazing. If you've ever seen Inception, where they fold the buildings and that sort of thing,
1 red.
that's one thing. But when it's in 3D and it's nearly half of the movie, it's just awesome.
It's always good to mix up having a lot of practice with actually doing something outside of the venue as well, isn't it, Jamie? Just getting a bit
Yeah, you just acclimatise yourself, just make yourself comfortable, relax. The bowls will come, you can always focus later. But when you make these trips, try and make the most of them and make yourself a part of the city. So tonight we'll be going out to dinner again. It's going to be good. Not sure where we go, but
You going
last
to go
night was
down
at
and
the
watch
Foundry.
the fireworks?
Maybe, yeah.
I know that Perth do an excellent firework display every 5th of November. Unfortunately, this year it clashes with one of our longest days here at the centre. So I know myself I won't get out there, but the last couple of years it's fallen just before the start, so we've all wandered down there and watched, and it really is a very, very good firework display. Highly recommend anybody that's listening in. I don't want you to go away from the bowls, of course. I want you to stay here with me and look after the next 2 games that we've got, which is Robert Paxton versus Tony Webb and Alec Marshall MBE versus Mark Sanford from Canada. Still got good games to come this evening.
When do the rankings kick in?
You might just have to explain that question to me. When do the rankings kick in?
Well, with Robert coming runner-up in the World Singles, thought he might have had a fair lot of points.
Yeah, well, he's up to 4 in this tournament, but of course, if you work on the fact that the winner of last year, Greg Harlow, becomes the number 1 seed,
Mm-hmm.
Rob, who's actually world ranked 3, drops down to number 4 here. I hope I explained that correctly. It sounded like it went okay, yeah.
So is his standing
He's actually 3 in the
accurate?
world. Yeah.
Oh, he's 3 at the moment.
He's 3 in
Okay,
the world,
yeah.
but at this tournament, it will always show as 4 because the number 1 at this tournament will always be the last year's champion.
Oh,
1 shot, Jason Greenslade.
So those rankings for the world rankings are put together at the end of the last event, world ranking event, which is the International Open at Blackpool in March.
So David Gourlay is 5th after that event.
Yes, correct.
And what percentage do they lose on year? Or they just lose the 3rd year from previous?
Yeah, it just drops the points from 3 years previous. We used to run, I believe, and this was before I was involved in the commentary. I think it used to run over 5 years. But nowadays we get a lot of new people coming into the top 16. There was always this old thing about you could never drop out of the top 16, but in recent years,
25.5 metres.
even the world number ones prove that you can come through the qualifying process, get into the ranking tournaments, win enough ranking points and become world number one. And that's Nick Brett. He used to be in the PBA tournaments time and time again, lost in so many finals, and got through, broke through, got to number one in the world. Rob Paxton's the same. And only last year we had Jamie Chesney. Qualified for every event last year. Managed to put together enough ranking points, particularly by getting to the final of the International Open in March.
Wow.
Just lost out to David Gourlay in the final there, and that got him into the top 16. So it is possible. Like you said, the young man out there, Jamie, if he could qualify in a few events and tie a few games together, there's no reason why in 3 or 4 years' time we won't be sat here saying Connor Cinato's in the top 8 in the world.
And we also have a new number 1 tennis player in the world, Andy Murray.
We do indeed.
Didn't even have to play.
We
How
do
good is he
indeed.
going?
Yeah, that's one way to do it.
I know Novak Djokovic, they asked him how he felt about losing, and he'd say, well, I'd probably rather win 12 majors than have 3. like Andy, sorry, Scotland, but...
Well, before we go any further, we will just make it very, very clear that I'm a huge Roger Federer fan.
Oh, so am I. Yeah, Roger's,
That's, he's
he's the epitome of tennis.
He's one of my sport. Well, I think he's the epitome of sport.
Yeah,
The way you,
true professional.
yeah, exactly.
You can never even think about a negative moment Roger's had. He's just unbelievable.
But yes, I saw
It's a
that
shame
on
that
the-
Tiger Woods went down the path he did, but Roger, he's had extra.
Your last ball is
Saw the
just
news
short
this
of
morning
2
about
meters.
Andy Murray, the young man that's marking the game out on the rink at the moment. Dan McManus was extremely delighted that one of his fellow Scots had got to world number 1.
Well, now Rory McIlroy, he's fallen off the rankings list a tiny bit.
Not seen that for a while, but
But I guess after you sign a $1 billion contract with Nike, you don't really care about your results.
no, they really do get some sponsorship deals. Well, Jason's just looking to try and draw another in here. Just hung off. Interesting that he's played that length where he's dropped the mat back and played the jack short. Most people today have opted to go the other way. But
Mat up.
he's
Yeah.
got to try and shake Connor somehow. We mentioned that earlier.
And speaking of wizards, we have a new Harry Potter film coming out near the end of the year.
You'll be wanting to see that then.
Well, it's for Eddie Redmayne. He's a pretty good actor.
And just drop short. 1 to Jason.
1 shot, Jason Greenslade.
It was 2-all after 4 ends. It was close in the first set for the first 4 or
Set
5
score,
ends
2-2
until at
after
end
4.
5 Connor picked up the 3. Don't forget, if you can't stay with us, you'll pick up the results on worldbowlstour.tv. But stay with us. Watch the bowls.
I was actually quite surprised when I landed here. It wasn't that cold.
25 and a
I
half.
thought it was going to be freezing, but it was actually...
To be fair, it's
Very
probably
good.
been one of our warmer times. That's going to be fatal, isn't it? Tomorrow it'll be freezing.
Yeah.
There was a little bit of snow yesterday, but
Snow? I didn't see any icicles or anything.
no, it was only a couple of flakes that just sort
Oh.
of appeared. But we have had snow here in the past.
Yeah, I remember walking over some frozen puddles, but it hasn't been that cold yet.
No, it's been quite mild, really. Oh, Connor,
This is pretty good.
just think it's pulling up short.
Oof. Actually, there's quite a lot of bowls events happening at the moment. There's Hong Kong International happening. Australia has their Bowls Premier League starting a couple of days. Be live on Foxtel.
Not sure what the disturbance was there, but the shot clock was asked to be stopped by the match officials.
I think the camera behind the rink was moving.
I think disturbances, especially when you're out there on the rink, you tend to hear things rattle and move more, don't you?
Might have been me. Nah, we're nearly 50 metres away. There's no chance they'd hear us.
Yeah, no, they check that all out when we actually use this as a position. It's a great viewing position for them, the commentary box here.
If they can hear us up here, they shouldn't be playing bowls. They should be working for the government, being eavesdroppers.
We do have two young gentlemen who are volunteer cameramen, and I do mean young gentlemen. I think they're about 15 years old.
Oh,
So if he did just move the camera, I'm sure that was unfortunate.
no.
One red.
Bit of room there, Jamie. Still plenty of room really for Connor to draw one in.
Actually, I think our producer needs a bit of a shout out. The graphics are looking really fresh. They pop out of the screen. Look awesome. Look better than any other year. They seem a bit, you know,
He's a star.
he's done well.
Got to say that.
Got to give him a pay rise.
One red.
Don't know about a pay rise, but he deserves a star for spending 12 hours a day on this commentary position sat next to me. Somebody's got to do it. Well, Jason looking to try and slot another bowl in here.
Oh, he's got it. Good shot.
Two red.
It's one of those good bad uns, as we would say, because it does actually give Connor a shelf now, something to rest on. It's not a big enough.
Well, Connor can afford to just drive at it. Puts the jack in here. He's got automatic too.
And I will tell you now, Connor's got a huge and very accurate drive.
He's opting to draw, and he's hung out on the shelf. All the
Wow.
Charlies coming up through, he might have got a result.
This change of length
Two shots. Jason Greenslade.
from Jason has certainly made a difference. You mentioned in the first set, Jamie, how critical the controlling the jack and the length of the jack can
Set
be.
score 4-2 after 5 ends.
Well, Jason's keeping this mat back and playing the jack. Sometimes at some clubs they call it to no man's land,
Why do they call it no man's land?
because it's neither very short or to the tee.
Mm.
I don't know, it's one of those terms that just seems to appear. But there again, it's past the shortest mark it can be.
I guess 24 and a half.
25 and a half.
Oh, 25. Oof, missed it. What do
Very
I know?
close, very close.
So what is the minimum and the maximum length?
If they actually play the minimum length here, it's 23 metres. And that again can be the difference when we play on an ordinary rink to what it is on the portable rink. Because rinks such as Blackpool Newton Hall are a lot longer than ordinary rinks, so the portable rink is about 6 feet longer. Sorry, the rink at Blackpool Newton Hall is 6 feet longer than the portable rink, so again players can get thrown by. I certainly found it at this end. Yeah, so as I was saying, it can be sometimes different if they go to a different venue. A lot of the top 16 find that Blackpool's quite a distance to play. Here it's quite a short rink. This looks like it's missing.
Definitely worth a gamble, being 4-2 up. He didn't look too convinced after he let it go.
Any more balls live or not? No balls live, are they?
Sorry?
No balls are live in the green, are they?
No, the back ball's a toucher.
Really needed a translator there. Northampton to Glasgow.
Time out called.
Yeah, it's a shame really. He had to use a timeout because the guy couldn't understand what he was saying.
Quickly got a reply from one of the other match officials to help. That's why they do work as a team out there.
I mean, he could have delivered it within the time, but running the risk of wasting a bowl. And
It's quite important here though, Jamie, because if he can get the third in, which it looks like he has, he's created a little bit bigger target.
I mean, Jason, if he gets the hit and his bowl doesn't stay on, he's looking at 3 or 4 down.
Yeah, it's 3 green there.
But he'll still go at his. There's no other shot for him. He has to go.
He's in the target area with this.
Maximum result. Jeez.
Absolute maximum result.
Talk about the Welsh Wizard. Well, I think we've just seen a bit of magic there.
He did apologise to Connor there as he walked up, which...
Connor can actually get both red bowls here. He goes quick, get the kill. He can make 2 or 3 if he gets both reds. 3 shots. I think he'll opt to draw.
I have a funny feeling that Connor will opt to draw here.
And it's unfortunate. I'd love to see a big drive here.
Yeah, and like I say, to be fair, Connor has got a big drive, but he hasn't had to bring it out yet. But it is in his armoury.
In the right line.
Urging it on.
Just needs to beat it by ball, which he has.
Oh, it's getting exciting this now. 3-4, 3 ends to play.
Set score 4-3 after 6 ends.
We could see the second tiebreak of the day.
We could do indeed, and the first tiebreak was very nail-biting stuff. Darren Burnett just narrowly edging out Steve Holmeyer. I spoke to Steve after the game. I thought he was very, very unlucky, certainly at the first end of the tiebreak. I thought he had that end sewn up. Darren played a good bowl. Steve struck.
Jack length 27 metres.
Played a drive.
He pretty much hit all of his own bowls off the ring.
There was only one ball actually left on the rink, and it was Darren's, and it was about 2.5 metres away from the jack. But
I thought he played the wrong hand. He did tell me that the ball he was trying to hit was a toucher. So he was trying to hit a toucher onto the jack into the ditch. But I just thought if you just hit the red, Darren has to pull out another good draw. which he probably would have, but
Yeah, it's all about choice of shot, which you fancy playing, as well as what's going to have the result to put more pressure on your opponent.
but I mean, he's played third for David Bryant, and for England at a high level, and I think he's played here 12 to 14 times. He's certainly a very well experienced player, so certainly can't question his belief in the shots. But it's certainly fun too, because you get a good reaction out of it.
Oh, but you travelled over together, did you?
No,
No?
separate. We landed pretty much an hour apart, so yeah. Stayed at the same venue. I was actually quite lucky. He booked the venue in April, and I didn't find out till August. So instead of paying a premium, I ended up paying April's prices. So he's probably saved me a couple of $100. So that's pretty good. Steve, he's very good. He's never selfish. He's always willing to help everybody, and it's good to travel with him, because we always get to the Virgin lounges and get to live up the high life. So, but it's certainly well worth it. If you're just travelling once and it's only $50 to go in, I'd pay it all the time. It's brilliant. Any of the airport lounges, especially Etihad, he said they treat you like first class. It's just unbelievable.
That's good when you're having to travel such a distance. Connor looks like he's found one here. Again, pressure's all back on Jason. And will it make the trip back in?
Looks like you managed to get second nearly. Now, I did see a vacuum cleaner yesterday on the rink. Are they going to be cleaning it daily, or just at the start of it?
Next time Mr. Madison comes up, just ask him when he's next
Okay.
hoovering. I know he was here till silly o'clock the other night, making sure it was all pristine for the players, hoovering it. He does have a new assistant here this week, one of the match officials. Perhaps that job might go over to Tom at some point in time.
Well, I mean, make him earn his stripes.
But yeah, we like to keep it as clean as we can. It doesn't get very dirty during the week. It's mainly when they're doing the set building, Jamie,
Probably take all
around
the
it.
dust off it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, I can actually see the hoover from my commentary position here, so if you fancy a job later on, we can
Don't come cheap.
one measuring for two. Mike Davis being called out. So
It'll be 4 all after 7 if there's no extras here.
got to remember that Jason Greenslade's got to win this set. Connor Cinato can afford to tie it because he won the first set, 7-6.
And the winner of this game will actually go on and play the winner of the next game that's coming up between Robert Paxton and Anthony Webb.
That's how the
Battle
system
of the,
normally works.
Englishmen.
One shot, Connor Cinato.
As you said, 4 across. I just noticed off your profile, when you pick that up there, you've updated your profile. You've
Set
got
score
a
4-4 after
very
7
young
ends.
daughter back
Yes.
home supporting you. 10 weeks?
Yes, 10 weeks, yes. Hello to the family, Beck, Alison and Penelope. Yeah, so she'd be 10 weeks today, I think. Yeah, she came on a Friday. So.
Oh, wow, well, congratulations.
Oh, thank you. Actually, no, she came on a Saturday.
7
Alison
weeks.
came on a Friday. But, yeah, came on a due date. That doesn't happen too often.
Wow.
So, yes.
you will be eager to do well here for them, but also eager to get home as well.
Yeah, we've been on the Facebook video chat. Alison's been quite excited to see me on video, but upon chatting later with Beck, Alison wakes up and she's crying for me, so it's a bit, makes me a little bit homesick hearing that. But she does it anyway, even if I'm home. So
Well, she'll be able to watch her daddy on TV tomorrow on the stream.
I don't think she'll be staying up till 2 a.m. in the morning to watch me, but we might watch on a replay. And
I was going to say, replay's available anytime.
yeah, that's the fantastic thing about converting this into the YouTube format, is that it's 24/7. You watch it anytime, anywhere, and yeah, it's awesome.
Yeah, that's a joy, like you say, Jamie. You can watch back the games at a later date whenever you want to. It's there all the time, doesn't disappear. Two good balls from Connor, really piling on the pressure now. End 8 of 9 ends in this set.
Jason's really swinging for the fences now.
There's still a draw down this hand.
Pretty good try coming off a runner.
Yeah, and at least it's given him a positional bowl for his next bowl.
Jason's bowl is 3 feet through. Your short bowl is half a bowl short of Jack High, your other bowl is 10 inches short.
It's actually quite funny. Connor's dad, he's wearing a t-shirt with a red ninja on it. Because obviously Connor's a ginger ninja.
He is, he's actually got the bowls he normally plays with are ginger colour
Really?
with ninja written on them. Yes, Martin and Caroline.
Might as well put some makeup on him and make him a clown. He's already got the red hair.
And the parents sat in the crowd there, watching.
Tuck it away.
Well, a big opportunity here for Connor. If he can get that jack dust tucked round the corner, I feel that's what he'll be trying to play, Jamie. Just take any runner away from Jason. Jason failed with his last bowl, just pulled up short. He's urging it on. That's a good ball because it has stopped right in front of the jack.
It's just incentive to hit. Jason's got the spot, but if he hits the green onto the back red, it's game over.
Connor was just confirming with Mike Davis there how many timeouts he's got for if they go into the last end.
Timeout called.
Jason have him up his sleeve at this point of the game. You don't want to have to rush these sort of shots.
Big shot here from Jason. Needs to. Oh dear.
Well, they pause it for him, so that's good.
Yes, they will pause it if it's not the player's fault. He's in the area. He's very close.
2 down.
Still dropping a 2.
I think if you got the jack lean, he'll still fall down.
Two
Shot
shots
out to
from
the
Cinato.
to the edge, and
And he's just double checking the score there in the background. Well, Connor, you lead 6-4 with 1 end to play.
Set score.
he's in the
4-6
driver's seat.
after 8 ends.
But you never know, the wizard could come out of nowhere.
He could. I have a feeling that my...
Connor's been very consistent on the length he's been throwing, the 2/3 length.
I might be getting part of my prediction correct from the...
Jack
when
length 26
somebody
and a half
asked me what I was calling on this game. Part of my prediction was it would go to a tie break,
See, on the fence again.
but the other part of my
You
prediction
can get to predict a clear winner.
well, I had the clear winner, it would be Connor that would win it, but it was on a tie break. See the next players getting ready to go into battle. Robert Paxton versus Tony Webb.
Is that the last game of the day?
No, we then have Alec Marshall
Then
MB
4
versus
inches.
Mark Sanford.
Oh, no dinner break, just straight through.
Yep, straight through.
Oof.
I think last year we finished about 10 o'clock-ish, just after.
Mm.
10 o'clock start in the morning.
Jamie Chesney and Corky.
First game on tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock.
Mm.
You say I think I might have a queue for people wanting to co-commentate that one.
Well, David hasn't practiced, so he's either guessed it already. But he was world #1 in the 80s.
The other thing at the moment is Jamie really is on form, and he's a very charismatic player, a very confident player. Well, Connor, looks like it's good here.
Very close, very slightly favour 1 green.
Well, 1 green's no good to Jason Greenslade. He needs it to be 3 red to take us into a tie break. That could be one of them.
He's laying the platform.
1 red.
Connor could drive this and win the game. Both reds off the green. Thanks for coming.
Weirdly enough, no, Connor's game quite well. I've commentated, I've watched him, I've also played mixed pairs at the WIBC with him, and he could be looking at that Jamie down the forehand.
Timeout called.
Looks like he's got fire in the eyes.
No timeouts remaining.
No timeouts. All or nothing here.
Forehand. He's not playing a
Here
big
we go.
drive, he's just playing a timer. Just under. Right shot to play.
Well, don't die wondering. He gave it every chance there, apart from bowl of grass.
I thought he actually might have gone quicker at that.
Hmm.
I thought you might have got the opportunity to see the Connor
Timeout
drive.
called. Jason has 1 timeout remaining.
Jason still needs to get a shot in here. Certainly not given to him yet.
Yeah, like you say, it's still a big ask to score a 3. But these top 16, so much experience, been
Oh,
here
it'd be
before.
14 years now, wouldn't it?
He's looking in the area here
Very
as
long
well.
time to maintain those points.
Just overplayed it.
He's definitely cemented his place over the years here.
Yeah, certainly a regular.
Hmm.
Like I say, won a handful of the events as well. It's always kept him in that higher ranking. Right, Connor. Got it away with 5 seconds. Plenty of time. Just going for the draw.
I think he's drawn this.
Down a great line here.
I think he's drawn this.
Fantastic line.
Oh,
Can
he's
it
not
run?
in there. Jesus, what are you doing?
Well, now, Jason, you've been given an opportunity.
That might be in his draw. He might hang out there and only get 2 and lose.
He's got all his balls at the back. And he's sort
Timeout
of
called.
nudge on that jack.
I'm glad Jason has to play it and not me. It's not an easy shot.
It isn't, but it's possible. Often you get to these positions and it's not possible. You just have to hit and hope. There is a possibility here.
Ooh.
Well, needs to move.
Hmm.
Very unlucky there.
Yeah, but
Well,
every
the
chance.
first big shock of the tournament. Cinato beats Jason Greenslade. Join us after the break. For Robert Paxton, Anthony Webb. Thanks for your company, Jamie.
Thank you for having me, Janice. It's been a pleasure. It's been a great game by both gentlemen.
Connor Cinato.
Very best of luck in the rest of the tournament. We'll speak to you again soon. Join us after the break.
Two players have just given you a fabulous match. Gentlemen, hope you're enjoying the day so far. And your next match is just about to come on. Thanks for staying with us. Well, your next gentleman, ladies and gentlemen, he throws a bit of a web about himself when he's out bowling. He's the current European Masters champion, which means he gets an automatic invite into every event for this coming season. So, like I said, he's the current European Masters champion. He's known as Tony Spider Webb.
Nothing yet. But baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. It's something that you're never gonna forget. But baby, you just ain't seen nothing yet. Bring it around. That's what you told me.
Well, up against him, ladies and gentlemen, he's a former Scottish International Open champion. He's world ranked at number 3. From England, let's welcome Robert Paxton.
Well, thank you, Richard. Again, another one of the highlight matches of the day. Could we see another seed go out at the hands of Tony Webb?
Jack Glenn, 27 metres.
Interesting game here. As Richard mentioned, Robert Paxton's won the Scottish International Open here. Tony Webb is here by right of winning one of the tour cards. Co-op tour card gave Tony the right to play in all of the World Bowls Tour ranking events. So he's here at the Scottish, he's a place in the Worlds and he's a place in the International Open. And for those of you who don't know Tony Webb, he is a quality English player. Known for being a singles player.
Rob's bowl gap is 18
He does
inches.
play team players way well. He's runner-up in the national pairs. Year before last. But while Robert Paxton, his opponent, one of the players that can claim that he came through the gruelling PBA qualifying process, got himself into several of the ranking events and managed to tie together enough points to get himself the dizzy heights of currently world rank 3.
One green. One red.
Good ball by Rob Paxton there. This is our 6th game here today at the Jewess Centre in Perth for the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2016. Hope you've managed to stay with us for the day. There's been some cracking bowls, some interesting results.
On green.
And we've still got one more game to come after this one. We've got Alex Marshall MBE versus Canadian qualifier Mark Sanford. So if you can stay with us on this bonfire evening.
One shot, Tony Webb.
Jacqueline, 27 metres.
.27-metre jack here from Tony Webb. We've seen a variety of different lengths of jack played today. As I was saying before, it often depends on what length of jack suits the player and their bowls. Both of these players, not only both of them are English players, but they both play with Drake's Pride bowls. I know Tony Webb had been trying his Drake's Pride professionals and were quite happy with the performance. Rob Paxton does change about throughout the different models of Drake's Pride bowl, dependent on the surface and circumstance.
Ten inches short. On green. It's two down.
Playing an aggressive bowl at this head. One bowl out. Just didn't get the result he wanted. He wanted to get one bowl onto the other.
On green. 2 shots, Tony Webb.
Great start
Set
there
score 0-3.
for Tony Webb. He now leads 3-0.
Johnny Glenn, 27 metres.
Oh, great opener again by Tony Webb. He's been here for a couple of days, had a few practices. Got a very supportive family. They've stayed home, let him focus while he's up here. Well, Paxton's got a great supportive family as well. Shout out to Alan and Anne. I hope you're listening in and watching Rob. I'm sure you are. I do hope you're both well. I believe Rob's wife is here with their new baby. His wife's name's Louise, and I believe the baby's name's Caleb. And Caleb's dad just bowled, brilliant bowl there to
One red.
trail off the jack from Tony Webb's bowl. Again, a very good track from Rob here.
One red.
The match officials for this game are Dan Blue, it's the marker. Dan McManus, the umpire. Looks like Tom Weir's the shot clock operator from this angle. Yeah, I can just see Tom. Mike Davis's rest game. Long days for the match officials here. The first 2 days of the Scottish International Open. A bit of room here for Rob to draw another in. Even if he touches the jack, it's taking it to his own bowl at the back.
One shot, Robert Paxton.
One shot to Rob, puts him on the
Set score
scorecard.
1-3 after 3 innings.
Tony Webb from the River Rain Club. But Paxton now plays out of Taunton Dean. Was originally from the Exonia Club.
Jack line 25.5 metres.
Last bowl shot, 1 red. 8 inches past Jacko.
There's a bit of a loose ball from Tony there, giving Rob the opportunity to draw another in. Well, that's just pulled up short as well. I wonder if, as we're getting towards the 7 o'clock hour, if it's getting cooler out there and the rink's slowing down. I know a number of you might be going out on a Saturday night, and if you are, enjoy yourself. Firework night, so stay safe. If you can't stay with us, you'll find the results and news on the worldbowlstour.tv website. And then don't forget, when you're having your Sunday morning breakfast tomorrow, 10 a.m, we'll be live again with Jamie Chesney versus David Corkill. That's something to have your Sunday morning cornflakes over.
Red. One shot, Robert Paxton.
Set score 2-3 after 4 innings. Jack line 24 meters.
Relation down here.
An inch past Jacko. Two red.
Again, Rob Paxton's obviously been watching the last game of Jason Greenslade's, and he's choosing to play slightly shorter but a similar mat back shortish jack.
Three red.
target. Just depends on where the jack's repositioned now.
Two green. One red.
Well, Tony certainly liked that when it left his hand. Again, we're in the position yet there, we can see it where the jack's moved to.
Two shots, Tony Webb.
Great result. It was quite tell where that had finished.
Set score 2-5 after 5 ends.
Tony liked it all the way.
January 27 meters.
Maybe you went down wrong. Gap from bowl 6.5 inches, your bowl 7.5.
Those of you that were listening in the game prior to this, it seems a bit quiet now in the commentary box without Jamie sat next to me. Me and the producer sat here. Who isn't listening to me at the moment because he's only just put his headphones back in. But yeah, we're still here for the rest of the evening, so you can watch every bowl. Don't forget to tune in tomorrow because Jamie plays Andy Thompson. It's the game first after lunch. Be an interesting game because Jamie has been here a couple of times. They'll swing all the way back to the middle if it's a length. Well, Tony will be disappointed with this end. Holding one at the moment. Well, I can probably say my line now, which is there could be fireworks tonight, because I don't know whether in the background you can hear it, but the firework display at Perth
Set score
has started.
2-6 after 6 ends.
And the fireworks need to start on the rink for world number 3, Robert Paxton, as River Rain's Tony Webb. He's 6-2 up after 6 ends in this opening set. We play 2 sets of 9 ends, and if required, a 3-end tie break.
Jive length 27 metres.
Those of you that have managed to stay with us, if you do have any questions, I will endeavour to answer them for you. If you want to put them on the stream of the YouTube, you can ask a match official if it's a question on rules, or we can ask Richard Maddison, CEO of the World Bowls Tour, or one of the other tour directors. Steve looks down a good track here. So it's just hung out.
Favour your bowl, Rob.
Yeah, still favours the red bowl of Paxton's. No real change for Rob here, just gets inside the green bowl of Tony Webb. Looks to be hanging off. If it can just fall round that bowl, I think it's just hung off. And Tony.
Your green is second.
Well, that's the first bowl we've seen go in the side ditch today. Not sure what went wrong there. Tony's staying in the same hotel as WBT, so I'm sure we'll quiz him about that at the bar tonight over a pint. Well, of course I won't be drinking. The producer's just said a pint or 2. Still a chance for Tony here now. that might just be one to Paxton. He tried to play a bit of a conversion.
One shot, Robert Paxton.
Set score 3-6 after 7-8.
There you go, the dulcet tones of Dan McManus informing us that Robert Paxton's on 3, Tony Webb's on 6 with 2 ends to play.
Jack length 25.5 meters.
Well, again, Rob's opting for keeping the mat back and trying to play this medium jack to good effect with that bowl. A lot of comments coming through on the shirts that the players are wearing. They're all new shirts for this event. The co-op has rebranded. Working closely with the World Bowls Tour now. Apple Bowls trader that supplied the shirts for this event. Been reliably informed that if you want to purchase a shirt, they are available for sale after this event. Action replay of that. Tony just gets the outside edge of Rob's bowl, flicks the jack out, so the jack's gone on the respot. Virtually means that the end starts again. Paxton might be holding one shot, but lots of room here.
Two red.
Closer bowl here, I think, from Tony. Is it just going to dive under?
One green.
Well, this looks a very good track from Rob here. All on the pace. Again, it just seems to be pulling up a touch, I think.
One red.
Looking at the venue now for just a little short of 12 hours today. Well, Tony, certainly watching it. Might just run out. From our angle here, you certainly can't tell which bowl's on. I think Dan Lewitt's just indicated that he thinks it could be green, but it looks like it could be an umpire job. Yep, Dan McManus being called out to let us know which ball's shot. Down blue, it could be correct, and it's the green
Shot,
ball.
Tony Webb.
So Tony Webb leads 7-3, going to the last end of this first set. Again, another one of the games when everybody had a look at the draw that looked like it was going to be an interesting one for one of the top seeds. We've already lost 2 seeds today. We lost Jonathan Ross first game up this morning, and then we've just lost Jason Greenslade. Darren Burnett, David Gourlay and Mervyn King made it through into the last 16. And the last 2 games on today is the one that you're enjoying watching at the moment. And then Alex Marshall MB versus Mark Sanford, the Canadian qualifier. Don't forget, if you can't stay with us, tune in to worldbowlstour.tv for the latest results and information. Meanwhile, keep watching. Looks close again here. So lots of people don't know the qualifiers. They're used to seeing the likes of Rob Paxton on TV, but they might never have seen Tony Webb before. Believe you me, Tony's a very good player.
Two green.
Robert's chosen to try and play a timer. Might even get wrecked on a short ball. Can he get a result off that?
Two green.
I'm not sure there's a way that Rob can conjure up a 4 here, to be honest. I think however he plays onto the front green bowl, that will get a piece of the jack. It might be one of those technical hit and hope jobs, but Rob's experienced enough to know he's got the second set coming up. Bring all his experience to the fore then. Well, he's close to target now. He got one but not the other. Great effort. Tony Webb takes the first set 8-3, and we move into the second set. As I say, Rob Paxton's experienced enough to know all starts afresh in the second set. But also it's a set that the world number 3's got to win to stay in this event.
green. One red. Front bowl is short 15 inches of jack eye. Deepest bowl is 15 inches past jack eye. That's yours. Tony's is slightly closer to you. Just the one, Tony.
Well, only one down. I don't think we'll change a great deal here. Just looking to trail the jack off Rob's bowl. Might just be under the line. Opening end, second set.
Good shot,
Rob
Rob
Paxton.
Jack line, 25.5 meters.
Don't forget, if you've got any questions you want me to put to the players or the umpires, just pop them through to me, and next time I get the opportunity I'll put those questions to them. I've had one in already. I'll be putting to Dan Blewett later on. Thank you for your question. You can be sure I'll get an answer for you.
Jack eye. Inch and a half short.
Rob just needs to try and find a way inside that bowl, got the outside of it.
Put your second bowl down, please. Front.
Tony, is this going to finish for you?
Close. It's possibly okay.
I'm just asking Dan Blewett to indicate whether he
Timeout.
thinks it's too green,
Robert has 4 timeouts remaining.
which would possibly change his shot. He tried to take Tony's ball out there, instead he's left Tony quite a bit of room to draw for 2.
1 green. Two shots, Tony Webb.
Set score 1-2 after 2 ends. Webb, 26.5 meters.
Three inch gap to the shot ball. One green. Rob's ball 10 inches short of jack line. One green. 2 green. Shot, Robert Paxton.
Set score 2-2 after 3 innings.
Yeah, 3 ends into the second set, and we're 2-all. Forget Tony Webb won the first set 8-3.
Jackline, 24.5 meters.
And red. 6 inches short of Jackie. One green.
Well, it looks like that the angle we're from here, can't just quite tell what done. But it just indicated it was 1 green. Rob really needs to call on all his experience here now to try and turn this game around. Has to win the second set. Close here, touch on the jack. Brilliant ball.
Two red. Time out. Sorry, time out.
watching it. Needs his own bowl. His own short bowl. He wanted the other green bowl there to try and split Rob's bowls.
Two shots for Paxton.
2 shots to Rob, and Gourlay needs 4-2
Tony Webb has 4 timeouts remaining.
after
Set
4
the
ends.
score 4-2 after 4 ends. Jack Glenn, 25.5 metres.
Rob's certainly finding his line now. Just short with that last delivery. This looks well under the line from Tony.
One red, yes.
Well, again, I think he looks under the line. He'd have to be perfect weight on that line. Rob gets another shot in here. Certainly have a bit more control over this second set. All the experience of this top 16. When they're in trouble, they can up a couple of gears, and that's one thing that Rob Paxton has been able to do over the years. Well, closer. Oh, another bowl. After 2 attempts, great adjustment.
One shot, Tony Webb.
Certainly tightens things back up again. If he'd have dropped a 2 there,
Set
6-2 down.
3 after 5 ends.
Totally different to
Jack Glenn, 27 metres.
players are putting a few loose bowls up. That was unfortunate. It looked like it was going to
2 feet from jack
touch the jack and just slipped past. This is all on his pace. Great track. Might just be going to touch the jack to Rob's, I was going to say, but that seemed to pull very, very quickly. Again, Tony coming up with the goods with his last bowls.
Cinato. Robert has 3 timeouts.
Again, just narrowly missed. Dan just having a quick look at that.
2 green.
It's like 2 from here, and Dan just confirmed it. Does give Rob a bigger target. And got the 1 bowl, didn't get the result onto the second bowl.
1 shot, Tony Webb.
Tony Webb now ties up the set at 4 all after 6 ends.
Set score 4-4 after 6 ends. Jack Webb, 27 meters.
And 3 ends left of this second set. Tony Webb won the first set, so he only needs a tie in this set. Number 3 won't want to see that. He'll want to win this set, take us into a tie break. We've already had 1 tie break today. And again, Tony looks down a good track. It's all on his pace. Just pulled up short. Is he going to wait for his 3rd or 4th bowl again? Rob looks down a very good track here. Surely it'll get another shot. Yeah, we've just gone through the gap a touch.
2 red.
Tony looks to have overplayed this one. Chances here for Rob.
red.
Holds 2. Took the jack around the corner. Take it away from Tony. To conjure something up here now, Tony Webb. He's in the area. Absolute perfect result. He was in the area, so always had the chance.
On green.
Rob must be wondering what he has to do. Well, down a very good track. Okay, Rob, that's what you've got to do. Keep putting that pressure on. He now leads 5-4 after 7 ends. 2 ends left to
Set
play.
score 5-4 after 7 ends. Jack length 25 meters.
Well, again at the moment, anything that Rob Paxton's doing, Tony seems to have an answer for. He's not letting Rob get away from him. Well, again, Tony looks down a very good track here.
On green.
Front bowl falling down now.
Yes, sorry, it did fall down.
Again, Rob just looking for reaching to Tony's bowl, tip the jack to his own bowl. He's urging this on.
How far short's my last?
Normally when you see
18
Rob
for
urging the
Jack.
bowl on, favours it's in the area. Well, again, Robbie really looking at this bowl. Must think he's somewhere in the area. Close this time. Well,
One green.
still on green. Rob, what have you run over coming up here today? Bowl was the perfect bowl, right in the area.
Time out. Tony has 3 timeouts.
Big decision for Tony here, really. Can't afford to touch the jack to Rob's.
One shot. Tony Webb.
That ties the scores up 5-all.
Set score 5-5 after 8 ends.
Which means we go into the deciding end. Of this second set, Tony Webb won the first set 8-3. Whoever wins this end, well, if Tony Webb wins it, he takes the big shock out. World number 3, Rob Paxton. If Rob Paxton wins the end, we go into our second 3-end tie-break of the day. Don't forget, straight up after this game, we've got Alex Marshall MB versus the Canadian qualifier Mark Sanford. Stay with us. We're here for every bowl sent today. And for the rest of the week. Good reply here from Rob. Tony again just under the line and under the weight.
Two red.
There's nothing for short here this time, Tony. Reaching into that, try and tuck the jack away. Just played the draw. I thought he might have played that with a little bit more weight. I think you might have seen some of the top 16 actually run for that bowl or jack into the ditch. Rob's having a think about this now. He's holding tie break light. He holds 2 shots, so I don't think taking one shot away will do Tony Webb any favours, and Rob will still have the last bowl left.
Free red.
He's moved it slightly. I still think Tony needs to be reaching into this. Rob will be very relieved if he sees this bowl miss. Playing the time up. He's in the area for something. We're going to our second tie-break of the day.
Paxton, match tiebreak.
Paxton takes the second set, 6-5. Don't forget we're different rules for this tie-break to the main part of the game. 3 ends, all depends on who wins the end.
Toss, give the jacket to Robert, first end.
I really think Tony should perhaps have been running with his third bowl there to try and open something up.
Jack length, 24.5 meters.
Opener by Rob, it's sat next to the jack. So a lot of players see that as being a bigger target.
Jack line, yes.
Tony chose to run at that bowl. Try and change something. Just feel like Rob's in the driving seat now. From being in the ascendancy in the first set, Tony Webb's definitely looking down the jaws of losing this first end of the tie-break to Rob Paxton. It's got to be the perfect bowl now from Tony Webb. He's certainly come up with some bowls in this game. Got to play it as a timer now, which isn't easy. First end, well, Paxton.
Paxton.
Well, that's interesting. I've seen it a number of times today where the jack's been delivered into the ditch. That gives Rob the chance of setting this length that he's made his own in this second part of the game. Tony Webb was obviously looking for a longer length jack.
23.5 meters.
Well, this is looking a good track from Rob. Oh, she's pulled up short, not a bad bowl though. Great reply there from Tony Webb. It does set up a shoulder for Rob to play up
His
to.
bowl gap is 4.5 inches. Nine-inch gap. Time out.
Yes, Rob does right to just take his time over this.
Robert has 3 timeouts remaining.
He's managed to use his experience to drag himself all the way back into this game. He's actually taken the first end of the tie break, just needs to win this end to take his place in the second round. The winner of this game will meet Cinato. Close here. Very close. And a great ball from Rob there.
One red and a measure.
And Tony's opting to play a timer. Just under the line again. He's really struggled on this length of jack.
Favour for the green, Rob.
Choosing the right bowl, doesn't want to make the target any bigger. Get something to the back. It's got to be the perfect bowl now from Tony Webb, or the world number 3 has really managed to hold it together in this game, showing all his experience. Better line. All on the result here. Yeah, Rob Paxton takes the second round. And the match moves into the second round. Tony Webb just gets beat. Very good game of bowls at this
Once
time
more
of
for
night.
both players, ladies and gentlemen.
Join us after the break
Nice
for
round
Alec
of
Marshall
applause.
and Mark Sanford.
And to those of us that are still here, your last match will be on in about 5 minutes. The players will just come out now for their trial ends. Right, well, ladies and gentlemen, for your last match of the Cork Funeral Care Scottish International Open, let's bring your players on. Well, he's got several Asia-Pacific titles, 3 national titles, all the way from Ontario, Canada. Let's welcome Mark Sanford. And up against Mark, ladies and gentlemen, well, record 6 times world indoor champion, he's a Commonwealth Games gold medalist, world ranked at number 2. It's Scotland's Alex Tatty Marshall, MBE.
Well, good evening all. Hope you've had a very good Saturday and hopefully you've joined us for this final game here at the Jewish Centre in the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2016. We have
27.5 metres.
one Alex Marshall MBE versus Mark Sanford. Mark's the Canadian qualifier here, and well, if you don't know Alex Marshall, you've probably not bowled on the circuit or watched any bowls in previous events, so watch and learn. He's considered the master, certainly in Scotland. One of the favourites to pick up the tournament title here this week. 6 times, yes, 6 times world indoor singles champion. Up against the Canadian qualifier, Mark Sanford. Mark's from Ontario. He's a teaching assistant and his indoor club is James Gardens. He's won several Canadian national titles. Live with you on the YouTube streaming for every bowl sent at this tournament. Hopefully you've been joining us throughout the day today. And if you haven't been able to join us, hopefully you've been picking up the results on worldbowlstour.tv. And if you can't stay with us tonight, find the results there. But don't forget, we're here again from 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for another full day's play here at the Jewish Centre in Perth.
Four shots, Alex Marshall.
the ultimate start there for Alex Marshall. 4 shots.
Jack length 26.5 metres.
Well, Mark's found a decent first bowl at this end. Just pulling up with short with this.
2.5 feet.
Alex Marshall from the East Lothian Club. Married to lovely Diane. Best wishes to you, Diane. Shout out to you. I'm sure you'll be watching this on the streaming at home. Either that or you're outside watching the fireworks.
Two green.
The gap is about 16 inches.
It's a measure, there's a chance that Mark's got perhaps a couple of shots at this end. And the umpire down blue, it's been called out to decide. I'm delighted to have been joined in commentary for this final game by Dan McManus, one of our match officials. Welcome to commentary, Dan.
Thanks very much, Janice. Pleasure to join you again in commentary.
Your evening game is off and you've decided to come in with us instead of going to see the fireworks. Thank you so much.
I was looking for a nice, relaxing, comfy seat, Janice, but that came with a condition of joining you in here.
Well, that'll certainly settle Mark Sanford. He's onto the board.
Successful full buttons to 2 ends.
Well, as you've joined me, I'll throw a couple of questions at you, if that's all right, Dan, that we got asked earlier on. And haven't had the opportunity to see any of you officials in the meantime. I'm sure if the viewers that were watching earlier on and asked the questions are still with us, it would be nice to give them the answers today. I don't think they're terribly taxing for you, but we'll give it a go. The first one we got asked earlier was why, and it was actually in a game you were marking when it was asked, why when a bowl on its delivery down the rink touches the white thing, as we had it technically called, do you put chalk on there?
I think we can deal with that one fairly simply, Janice. The white thing being the jack, when the bowl comes in contact with the jack in its original
1 inch
course
past.
of delivery, it becomes what we call a toucher. So we mark it with chalk so that if that ball ends up in the ditch, still within the confines of the rink, then the ball remains live and can count as a shot.
Well, thanks for that, and we also then went on to notice that you mark those bowls or the jack that go in the ditch with markers on the back of the rink. That's to indicate to the players where live bowls or the jack are within the ditch.
2.5 inches.
So that was one, and the other one, again, quite an easy one for an umpire, I would think, to answer, was there was a question earlier about when a final bowl comes to rest in an end, how long do you give that bowl before you would chock it in case it was involved in a measure?
It's a relatively straightforward question, Janice, but can be quite complicated also. Technically, the player must ask for the 30 seconds to be given. Generally in WBT events, we give the 30 seconds and we'll use not only the markers watch, but we'll start the countdown on the shot clock as well. It's given the 30 seconds because the ball's still in its original course, and with the balls being weighted on one side, i.e. the bias as we would call it, the ball's more likely to fall in the way if it's on its original course, and can make quite a significant difference. Or as we saw in the match earlier on where the ball fell, and I think it was the game I was marking, the Cinato match, where the ball fell on its bias side, touched the jack and actually gave the shot away. So it can be quite key and quite important.
Well, we've had quite a number of viewers over the day, Dan, so
Just the one.
it's good to hear that we've got some viewers out there that are wanting to ask questions. Often when you sat at home watching TV, you don't get the opportunity to say, well, what's this or what's that, whereas at least with our live YouTube streaming, you get your chance to put questions to our officials as well as the World Bowls Tour, and we'll always try and get them answered for you. It might not be during the game at the time, but as soon as we possibly can.
You may have already done this, Janice, but Mark Sanford's not a player I know very well from Canada. What can you tell us about Mark?
Well, I've been telling the viewers what actually was on his player profile. He's won a number of Canadian
shots,
national
Alex Marshall.
titles. He certainly hasn't ever qualified for a World Bowls Tour event before.
Set score 7-1 after
And I
3
took the
hours.
opportunity of asking Jamie Chesney, who was in commentary earlier, if he'd come across him on the international circuit outdoors. Because of course a lot of the Canadian games are played outdoors. I believe they have one indoor bowls centre over there. So no, he's not really a player we know much about.
That length, 25 metres.
Whereas he's playing against the player that we probably know the most about. Features highly in the Bowls Scotland high performance team, double gold medalist at the Commonwealth Games on the pairs and the fours.
Of course, we'll be heading straight to the World Championships, no doubt following the end of our Scottish International Open here at the Dure Centre in Perth.
Yes, and he's only just got back, I believe, from some time overseas, Australia way. He's certainly sporting a nice tan, so I'm sure he'll be looking to top that tan up when he's out in New Zealand.
I don't think it would have come from the home internationals at York, so it must have been a foreign destination.
Very true. Could be unusual for Alex to play at this time of night in an event like this, but it just runs down the order of the draw. Each player is given a slot. They get plenty of time to practice beforehand. They pick half-hour slots.
Really shows you the benefit of the PBA system, Janice, that a qualifier can reach one of these events and end up playing 6-time world champion in a first round qualifier, where you might catch him a bit cold. But at the moment, Alex seems to be moving into commanding lead in this first set.
Yes, to be fair, we were saying earlier, Dan, that often the top 16 are most vulnerable in the early rounds. That's when seeds can drop out of a competition. We've already lost Jonathan Ross and Jason Greenslade today. But as you say, Alex is fairly in control of this at the moment. We haven't seen any fireworks yet out on the rink, but we've certainly heard them around the stadium. So there's a very, very good firework display in Perth every year on the 5th of November.
At Perth this year, we're not seeing Ronnie the Rocket later this week when it comes to the SIBA Champion of the Champions. Probably quite an apt competitor for this bonfire week.
That was very, very good. I like that one. That's Ronnie the Rocket Duncan Dan's referring to. We have at the end of this week 3 Scottish finals, and one of them is the men's Champion of Champions, and that features Ronnie Duncan and Ian McLean. He's not frightened to play a big runner here. Still think it's probably 2 to Alex.
Two shots, Alex Marshall.
9-1 lead after 4 ends.
Set score 9-1 after 4 ends.
Remember from earlier in the day, Janice, of the commanding lead in the first set can soon become a different kettle of fish in the second set. We saw that with the David Gourlay Gilor game. Although David came through it in the end, the second set was a much harder set for him.
Yes, we've certainly seen some interesting bowls
Set
today.
length 25.5 metres.
Moving King versus Lisa Featherby from Australia. Lisa played exceptionally well in the second set and will probably have gone away considering herself unfortunate to have not had a chance in that set. She played a number of runners, but probably just didn't get the right result, and she was always on target. Yeah, we've seen some good bowls today. First game up, Wayne Wilgress, qualifier from Lincoln, beat Jonathan Ross Darren Burnett was taken to a tie break by Steve Halmy from the USA qualifier. David Gourlay beat Rudy Gilor, but it was a very tight game. Mervyn King managed to edge out Lisa Featherby. And then the game you marked, Dan, Connor Cinato. The big shock of the day took out world number 12 and the runner-up here last year, Jason Greenslade.
Really shows you the benefit of the wonderful tournament run by the co-op for the wild card to get them someone through. Connor's obviously someone we've seen before at qualifiers, but to get the benefit of winning a competition to become the wild card at the Scottish International Open, for these younger players it's a great benefit and opportunity to them.
Yes, and I know we were both at that event, and when Connor came off from winning that wild card, the emotion showed in the young man, but he was so desperate to keep his good form going in these events. He beat Andy Thompson back in the World Championships back in January. The biggest shock of the first round then, and he's created the big shock of today. He faces Rob Paxton in round 2, who just managed to edge out Tony Webb on a tie break.
Remember that Tony was also one of our European qualifiers for this event, along with Billy Jackson.
Yep, that's correct. Connor was beaten by Billy Jackson in the final of that tour card event. Well, he looks to be smiling out there, he's enjoying it. I suppose there's not a lot of pressure on you when you're going out there against Alex Marshall. You can just enjoy it. Chance to play these players. So appealing to those members of the PBA, pay your money, enter a qualifier. You too could be out there playing Alex Marshall. Well, he's playing a runner again.
Four shots, Alex Marshall.
As we go into
Sets
12th hour
after 5 minutes.
at this stadium today. We're still going strong. And don't forget, tomorrow we again have a full schedule of play, starting with Jamie Chesney versus David Corkill, Stuart Anderson versus Sheldon and Bagri Howley. And after a short break, we've got Andy Thompson MBE playing Jamie Smith, the Australian qualifier. Mark Dawes playing this aforementioned Billy Jackson. Les Gillett faces Anthony Yip. And the last game up tomorrow is world number 1 Nick Brett, who plays Mark McPeak. So a good day's play again tomorrow. We'll be with you for every single bowl sent.
Alec picks up another 4 here. We might see the end of the first set fairly early on here. Might just give Mark Sanford a chance to clear his head and get ready for the second set.
Yeah, I think he just needs to try and settle himself down a bit here, Dan, and prepare for the second set. That is the joy of sets play. Start a fresh second set. You win it, you've got a chance of going to a tie break. And then it can be anybody's game. One bowl, an end will do. Oh, that's better, Mark. We've seen leads slip away, but I can't see Alex Marshall losing 12 shots over 4 ends.
One green.
Right, well, that might be a bit of a settler for him. Thinking about moving into the second set. Good opportunity for Alex to try his timer bowl. It doesn't look far off this. Really unlucky to be just
One
robbed
red.
by his own bowl, but he's flicked the jack over to saying really unlucky, but actually
There's a wry smile on his face there. It's always good to see the players when they do that though, they apologise when they get lucky. It's a great example of sportsmanship in the right manner.
yes, quite correct. And as we saw earlier, some of the quality players were
Okay. One shot, first set challenge
congratulating
for
players
Barcelona.
on decent bowls. So we move into the second set, only 6 ends played in the first set there. Again, it's great that the different PBA organisations all over the world are given the opportunity to send a qualifier here. Well, here's an interesting one. Dan, is that Jack in the confines of the rink?
No, it's out. Mike Davis takes it, sends it back. Alec now has the opportunity to move the mat and deliver his length of jack that he's looking for. It's a real pressure moment for the umpires if we have to send a jack back. Firstly to make sure it reaches, and secondly to make sure we don't put it through the advertising hoardings at the rear. It's quite a difficult skill casting a jack.
Jack length 25
Yes, I know all
metres.
about that. Casting a jack. It is actually, a lot of the players, we were talking about this the other day, don't practice jack casting quite so often because they either skip a lot at their home clubs or don't play many singles games. As we've noticed in a few games today, it's been vital. The previous game, Rob Paxton changed the length of the jack, and Tony really struggled
It's a very
to
impressive,
find it.
very impressive skill, Janice, from Tony. His consistency of level and length of jack throughout the whole first set. The exact same length all the way through.
He's known down in England for being not a single specialist as such, because he has got to finals of national pairs and the likes and team events, but he does play a lot of singles games, so that is his huge strength. Well, Mark doesn't really want to set off the second set the way he started the first by dropping a 4.
My last ball, Mike, is it jack level?
No, it's 4 inches short. 3 red.
Ball there from Mark, just running on that wee bit. It was 3 down, let's see what
2.
Mike. He's cut one out with that, just run on a fraction too much, but he's cut it down to 2.
I don't think Alex will want to change a great deal, just try and draw in for another shot. So we hear the fireworks going off again overhead. Not many fireworks in this game at the moment.
Two shots, Alex Marshall.
He's definitely cutting these counts down now, is Mark.
I think it would be right in saying that last year it was Cody Altoff that was here from Canada. He was a rep last year, I'm pretty sure, because I think I actually marked one of these games.
Track length 26 and a
May
half
have been
metres.
somewhere else, but I'm pretty sure it was Cody last year. Gary Pickering maybe from Canada last year, but Cody came to one of our events. It may not have been Perth, but it was certainly at one of the events.
You are right, yes, but it was actually Gary Pickering here last year. Played Jonathan Ross in the first round.
There's the challenge, Janice. You have to remember which event that Cody played in last year for us. We'll need to recall that one.
Now, if you'd have asked me at 8 o'clock this morning, I'd have probably come up with that, but 13 hours into a day. An interesting delivery as Mark Sanford as well. Somebody likened it the other day when they were practicing with him to a 10-pin bowling
1 red.
delivery. And as that person that likened it to a 10-pin bowling delivery was the head coach of Bowl Scotland, David Gourlay. We won't argue with that. Alex certainly in control here. Always hard games for the top 16 to play when they're playing some of the overseas qualifiers who just tend not to find the greens. It is an open draw. Any one of them can get to any one of the qualifiers.
2 red.
It's Alex's choice here now. He might play down the backhand. He's been successful down the forehand there. It just depends on whether he feels he wants to try different hands while he's out there, or whether he just wants to stick with what's working at the moment. If Alex actually wins this, his next game wouldn't be till 1 o'clock on Wednesday afternoon. So 3 days, the carpet can change out there. So I would think he's just trying to stick with what's working at the moment. And the winner of this game will play the winner of
Mark
tomorrow
Sports
morning's
Legend.
game between Jamie Chesney and David Corkill.
One shot, Alex Marshall. Set score 3-0 with 2 ends.
Dan Blewett just confirming there, 3-0 after 2 ends. Alex Marshall, MBU, won the first set 14-1 against Canadian Mark Sanford.
Seems at the moment that the teaching assistant's getting a lesson from possibly the master of bowls,
At
6
length,
times
24 and a half
world
metres.
champion.
Without a doubt, he's one of the most famous bowlers we have. The nice thing about most of the top players in our game, WBT indoor bowls, they're perfectly happy to talk to people that are out and about, and also happy to be involved if press quotes or reports or photos are needed. Well, he's in the area again, Dan. Piling on the pressure here.
There is a real danger though for a player feeling sympathy for an opponent, Janice, that they'll let them back in, they lose their line in length, and then they can't find it again and end up in trouble.
Yeah, I've seen it a few times actually, Dan, that has happened,
round.
but to be fair, I've never seen Alex Marshall do anything like that. He's just out there to try and get the job done, so to speak, get a win off, take himself into the second round.
So the all-important ranking points. Janice, you'll be trying to get hot in the tails again of Nicky Brett.
Yeah, well, every round for the top 16 counts towards the ranking. It's vital that they stay in that top 16 to get the invites back. If they drop out, it's a hard ask. They've got to go back to the qualifiers. Well, if he sits Alex's bowl down, now Mike Davis.
One red. No, there's a gap of 3.5 inches.
Alex is looking to get to his own bowl to pop the green bowl out. Didn't quite get
One
the
red.
line he wanted.
Still holding the one red at the moment, Janice. Maybe just take the opportunity to try a shot and see if he could make it better for himself.
Yes, the one thing Alex won't want to do is put himself in a position where he drops a count. But as it is at the moment, he's fully in control of this first round game here at the Co-op Funeral Care Scottish International Open 2016. Kindly hosted by the Jewess Centre here in Perth.
One shot, Alex Marshall. Set score Score 4-0 after 3 ends.
Well, Mark, Sanford scored at end 2 of the first set. Can he get on the board here?
Track length 25.5 metres.
Match officials out there, Mike Davis on the marking job for this game. Dan Blewett umpiring, and Tom Weir is on the shot clock. We have 4 match officials at every event, and the 4th one here is sat next to me in commentary for this game, Dan McManus. But just a shout out to the other 3 WBT match officials: Francis Fletcher, Tony Hatch, and head umpire Alan Thornhill. Again, they're either listening in or out and about watching some fireworks somewhere. Not sure Alex liked that. His body language was very clear to see. Oh yes, it's a terrible ball, Alex. It's not at least 6 inches through. But it has set up a little bit of a target off the backhand.
Surprised that Alec hasn't asked. We can't see from our commentary position if the front ball of Alex is touching the jack. It's often a common question we get from players, whether their ball is touching the jack or not, because it makes a significant difference that if it is hit, what direction it's going on. Alex's back ball, where position looks to be a gap of about 10 inches or so. That's important to players because it enables, by giving them that distance, for us to tell them if they can get a ball to go into that space and sit down without disturbing anything else. These measurements, especially under shot clock conditions, aren't easy to give to players, but it is crucial.
Yes, you're quite correct. You don't want to be taking up the player's shot clock time.
2 red.
And sometimes the angle of the bowl makes a big difference as to where the jack would move to. Choosing to play draw again now. He's close. He's very close with this. What a great effort. Even Alex is applauding that. I said earlier, some of the players
One shot, Paxton.
are very, very good at acknowledging if a player's played a good bowl. One shot to Mark Sanford.
Set score 4-1 after 4 ends.
Shot declared by Alec Marshall there. Puts Mark on the scoreboard in this second set. Now, can you shake up the length of the double Commonwealth Games gold medalist, 6 times world champion, multiple event winner,
And the jack has gone again.
oh, we've seen that so many times. I was just about to say though, Dan, the one thing that I was looking up when I was doing some of my press research for later on in the week when I don my press hat, this is the one event that Alex Marshall, MBE, has not won. He's won the Welsh, he's won the International Open, he's won the Scottish. Sorry, he's won the Worlds, he's never won the Scottish. not here at Perth.
Of course, he fell at round 2 last year in this competition.
Yeah, it was came as quite a surprise to me when I actually looked up his record here. But last year he lost to the person that went on to actually win the event, Greg Harlow, in the second round. No, so he's 6 times world champion on the International Open, a couple of times on the Welsh, on various other events that have run over the years with WBT. Alex Marshall's always featured on the trophy at some point, but not on the Scottish International Open.
And of course Greg gets to stay red all the way through the tournament. A unique privilege for being the returning champion.
Yes, one of the questions we had off a viewer early was about the bowls and the colours. I was trying to explain that if you were top of the draw, you're red. If you're bottom of the draw, you play green. You can play with any bowls you want to. There's a selection in a pool here at the World Bowls Tour. Choose your bowls, but you've got to be red if you're top of the draw, green if you're bottom. And as the games go on, players do have to swap and change. The only one that doesn't have to do that is the defending champion, who would stay red all the way through to the final.
And for any technical aficionados that are maybe out there listening, the WBT rule is that the stamp must be current year or beyond. So the stamp that's engraved on the bowl by the manufacturer has a date on it of its expiry, and WBT rules is it must be this year or beyond. So any bowls being played with at this tournament stamp must have 16 or beyond on it this year. We had someone last year who the bowls had expired by 5 months and had to switch on to pool bowls. Shows you the benefits of making sure you're aware of all the rules of the tournament, for any tournament, not just WBT events.
I seem to remember that was virtually just as he was going on the rink to play his 2 trial ends.
Yeah, unfortunately, because of the way the practice schedules worked out, his bowls were checked just before he was about to commence his trial ends, and we had to quickly find him a set of pool bowls from the excellent sets that are provided for all players coming here, both red, green and all manufacturers. But the quality is not necessarily in the bowl, but in the player themselves.
Well, looks like it's at least 2 to Alex here. Oh, that's interesting. It's the first time I've seen a player say to the shot clock operator, "What do you think from there?" Tom Weir just went, "Not sure," walked off. His angle will not be as good as the marker or the umpire. So Dan Blewett being called. Steady hands of Dan Blewett.
Three shots, Alex Marshall.
Count of 3. 7-1. That means Alex is 6 up with 4 ends to play. There's a saying at the Crown Green,
7-1 after 5 ends.
if you're losing and struggling, start the car. I'll be out in a minute. I think it might be a case of that for Mark at the moment. I can't see Alex Marshall letting this lead go.
Janice, you took myself and some fellow officials to the Waterloo last year, and 1 second of stepping onto a green and being crisscrossed over with people playing across you, round you, through you, I was ready for the car straight away. Not something I've ever experienced before. Great experience and very well supported sport in England. Crown Green's less so here, but Crown Green seems to still be fairly vibrant.
Yes, it's a very vocal game as well. As anybody that watched the Super Bowl we managed to produce 2 years ago, a recreation of what was back in the 1980s. Crowds are quite vocal, shout their players on. Totally different to the atmosphere you get in singles games, similar to the sort of atmosphere you get at an international series. But yes, I took the 4 match officials that attended the Tour Card playoffs in May at Blackpool Newton Hall. I took them down to 2 of the local clubs, one of them being the famous Waterloo.
One club stopped their whole league game to let us have a go on the Crown Green.
That's the price of
Last
fame.
ball
They
was
saw
2
you
feet gap.
before walking and they thought, we've seen them on TV, we better make them a brew.
Yeah.
I'll translate that because I got told earlier that some people didn't know what a brew was, so a cup of tea.
I thought you meant the iron version.
3 red.
You know, interestingly enough, that is very hard to come by down in Lancashire way. Iron brew. Get it up in Cumbria, but once you get down to Lancashire it seems to disappear.
The lines of nationality became clear last night when 3 other officials ordered Diet Coke and Tom and I both went straight for the iron brew.
Yes, that's correct. It's definitely an English-Scottish divided table.
The gap is 4 inches.
And only in iron brew and Diet Coke.
Yes, you're trying to show how efficiently professional we are, but it is true.
I hadn't drawn the insinuation, but it is true.
Well, Alex,
He's turned the ball over.
1 green.
1 green. Mark's going to score at least 1 more shot unless he nudges Alex Bowl closer. From Alex's point of view, it's another end gone though. Well, make it all the way back if it's a length. He's very close. What a great bowl.
2 shots, Mark Sanford.
Well, Mark Sanford's still in this second set. 7-3 now to Alex Marshall with 3 ends left to play. Found a bit of form there, Dan.
Certainly, I think it may be a little too late now, but he's certainly starting to put in the ends now. But remember, in end 6 in the first set, it was 14-1, and it was good night Vienna.
Yes, and we're going into end 7 now of the second set.
Jack length 28 metres.
He's went for a 28 metre length jack, only 1.5 metres short of the full distance on the portable rink. Total length here, playable length 29.5 metres. Just both here and at Potter's. The only green that's different is your home club, Janice, at Blackpool, which is 31.5 metres.
Yeah, that's correct. We were having a conversation earlier today about the length of jacks on the portable. I did mention that Blackpool Newton Hall, it's actually played on an actual bona fide rink there, whereas at Potter's and the Scottish International Open they put down a portable rink.
2 rounds.
It's
Well,
8
Mark
inches.
just needs to adjust his pace here. If he drops a count here down, my mathematics would work it that there would be no way back for Mark.
If Ali takes a 4 here, that'll be the end of it, Janice, because halving the set's no good for Mark. He needs to win this set to take it to the tie break.
We've seen a couple of tie breaks here today. I think at this point in time I would be highly
3
surprised if this game went to a tie break. And I think we'll be seeing Alex Marshall back on Wednesday.
Obviously playing Jamie or David.
Yeah, correct. Playing whoever wins tomorrow morning's game.
It's an opportunity here for Alex to get that for the room for him.
Oh, looks down a good track here as well, Dan.
Just needs to be counting, and that'll be the end of the game.
4 shots, second set, match
Well,
line,
thank you all for your company today. I hope you've enjoyed the bowls. Join us again at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning for Jamie Chesney versus David Corkill. Thanks for your company and commentary.
Once more,
Dan,
ladies and gentlemen, show your appreciation to both players.
take care, have a good evening, and see you tomorrow.
Well, I'd just like to say thank you very much to all of you for staying on. For those of you who've got a way to travel, please take great care. And hopefully see some of you again later on over the next week. Good night and God bless.